Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Kara Shirley. I am your digital news desk host for WLBT Plus, and we are here waiting for continuing coverage of the Carly Gregg trial. Well, I say we are doing continuing coverage. We're waiting for day three of the trial to begin. You see here, we are waiting the camera in the courtroom. We are, like I said, on day three. And Morgan Harris, our wonderful reporter, has been there in the courtroom this entire time since it began Monday morning. And right now, what we're going to do is we're going to, well, nope, we're going to go ahead and go into the courtroom because Carly Gregg just entered. And we're going to see if they are going to go ahead and get this underway. So let's hear what's happening in the courtroom.
Please be seated. Ms. Gregg, if you and counsel will come to the podium, please. All right. Ms. Gregg, the state of Mississippi has has rested its case in chief. It's now time for the defense's case. It's the court's duty to make sure that you understand you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. However, you also have the right to testify. It is your choice and your choice alone. Do you understand that, Ms. Gregg? Have you had discussions with your attorney about that? I don't want to know what they were, but have you been able to talk to your attorneys about that? Yes, sir. Ultimately, you can rely on their advice, but it is your choice. And you alone, it is only your choice. Don't look at your lawyer, Ms. Gregg. You and you alone will live with your decision. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. Do y'all need a few minutes to talk to her about whether or not she wishes to testify? Yes, sir. All right. I'll give y'all 10 minutes. Step back.
Okay, so what we just saw there was the judge, Judge Dewey Author, asked Carly if she understood that the state had rested, which the state did rest yesterday afternoon before they went to recess overnight. Um, Carly said that yes, she understood that. The judge told her that since it is now the defense's time to take over the trial, basically, uh, he wanted to make sure Carly understood that she could, or she had the choice to defend, get on the stand on her own. Let's go back in there.
Ms. Gregg, you keep looking at your lawyers. And look, you can listen to your lawyers, but I want you to hear me. You and you alone will make this decision. There are two decisions that you're required to make, whether or not you're pleading guilty and whether or not you're testifying. And at the end of this, only you will live with those decisions. Have you made a decision whether or not you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and what's that decision?
I'd like to wait and see what the testimony.
No problem. You can decide at any point before your case closes. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat. All right, anything further from the state?
No, sir.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, as soon as the jury's in, we'll get started. Just see how many we have. Don't line them up yet, though.
Our expert witness has arrived and he's sitting in the court, and we would ask permission to allow him to sit in the court testimony.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would inform the court the same. Our expert, Dr. Pickett and Dr. Goodley, on that.
All experts are able to sit on the court during any portion of the testimony. We got them all present. That's right. Yeah, hold on just a second. Let Molly get back. It's the only person we can't really start with that. From where? I will report it. All right, counsel for both sides approach. Witness, Mr. Camp.
If he gives us a couple minutes to.
Sure.
Yeah, step out, Judge.
Yes, ma'am. All right, stay ready.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Defense ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring him in. Good morning. Did everyone follow the court's instructions overnight? Did anyone allow themselves to to view any media coverage of this, or any social media coverage, or any news coverage of this? Anyone? See, everyone's shaking their head in the negative. All right, we'll begin. State having rested its case in chief, the defendant may call any witnesses if it wishes.
Your Honor, the first witness is a minor, SK.
All right, for any media out there, please, would they have a minor, please cut.
Hello, everyone. So, if this is your first time tuning in, you haven't seen this banner up on the screen before, you don't know what's happening right now, there is a minor witness on the stand. So, they called witness by the initials SK, I believe. No, actually, SR, I believe is what the initial is. But they call the minor to the stand. When a minor comes to the stand, we cannot show their face. We don't show let you hear their voice. We don't show their testimony. Now, of course, we do have Morgan Harris, who is there in the courtroom right now, and she is watching the trial, and she will let us know what is being said there with that witness. You can make sure you tune into our newscast later tonight, and you will be able to find that out. I'll also try and check in with Morgan and get an update and kind of touch on what this witness testified to, and try and pass that information along to you guys during the course of this trial today, maybe during recesses or whatnot. So we're going to continue to keep the camera inside the courtroom right now, so that when the witness is done on stand, you will be right there in it, and they'll turn the camera back on, have the sound back on. So we're going to stay in the courtroom, but that is what is happening right now. That's why you don't see anything. That's why you don't have any sound, is because a minor witness is on the stand, and we want to protect their identity. So let's go back in the courtroom. All right, so what I'm going to do for you guys is we have of course, I told you about Morgan Harris. She's in the courtroom. She's in there right now. And actually, if you're watching this on a social, like on our Facebook or on our YouTube channel, she's in the comment section right now. So if you want to say hey to Morgan, you can do that. But also, just to let you know, give you an update rather of what has happened over the past couple of days and tomorrow. Yesterday, can't give you an update on tomorrow. Give you an update on yesterday. We're going to play the package that Morgan Harris did. It aired last night. It's going to give you a quick update of what happened yesterday. You'll still be able to see in the courtroom. And of course, if that the minor witness that is on the stand, if they come off the stand in the middle of the package, will either break away. Will break away if something is happening in the courtroom that you don't want to miss. But here is the package that Morgan Harris did, talking about the case yesterday, what happened yesterday, and just give you a update on it. Here we go.
Home security video shown in court gives an inside look at the actual crime. After shooting her mother 3 times, Gregg can be seen easing back into the kitchen. A juvenile witness testified that Gregg called her. When she got to her house, she says Gregg asked her, "Have you ever seen a dead body? My mom is in there." Gregg then told her that she had 3 more shots waiting on her stepdad.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face.
After the shooting, Gregg and the teen can be seen running away on another security camera. Heath Smiley, Gregg's stepfather, says she was in therapy and taking medications for anxiety and stress. He claims that he nor his wife were ever afraid of the teen before the shooting, and that day, her behavior was off.
I've never seen anybody like that, even in movies. She was not herself, and like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me.
Despite the shooting, Smiley is still standing by his stepdaughter.
Do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
And how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now.
The prosecution called several more witnesses to the stand, including the Rankin County deputy coroner, expert witnesses with the Mississippi Forensic Laboratory, and investigators.
Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then, of course, there's a room. So the camera focuses right here, and then, of course, catches.
And so that is an update from Morgan Harris on what happened yesterday. And so right now we have another juvenile witness that is on the stand and are waiting for them to get done with their testimony. Looking here at our comments while we wait for the juvenile, and then a lot of you saying hello to Morgan. And Morgan Harris, she does got it. That is 100% true. And I thought I saw the camera garage showing the stepdad arriving. And that, yes, so there was video of showing the stepdad arriving on the home security camera that was in the garage. However, that camera, the clips that we saw from that were broken up. So we saw where her and her Carly and her mother Ashley arrived home, and then when there was no more motion or sound on the camera, it stops recording. If it's anything like my security camera that is motion activated, next time it picked up motion was when Heath Smiley arrived home, so it has started recording then. Next time it picked up sound or motion was when Carly shot Heath, and you can hear them screaming off camera. And then it picked up the motion of Carly and her friend running away, which you saw just now in Morgan's package. But so yeah, you did see the stepfather arrive home on the security camera, but that was not the same video or the same time period as when the home security that was in the kitchen was shown. So it can be a little confusing, and actually it is kind of confusing because we first saw the security camera footage of the garage when Heath had arrived home, and then saw the kitchen security camera. So we saw it a little out of timeline order, but that is what the footage showed of the stepdad coming home. Looking at our comments, Haley is saying here, still can't get over him saying a 13-year-old girl never got angry or upset. I found that to be interesting as well. I have a 23-year-old daughter. I have a 16-year-old. I have a 13-year-old. They get mad on a daily basis, but they're teenagers, that's that time of their life. My 23-year-old, when she was that age, I saw her get angry plenty. So, is it maybe Carly was just really happy? Maybe he wasn't as an attentive of a stepfather as he believed he was. I'm not sure. Maybe Carly never did get angry or upset. Maybe he never saw that. He may be 100% honest. She could be the anomaly when it comes to teenage girls. But that is what he said, that he never saw her get angry or upset, that she was always a happy little girl. That is what he said. Let's see. Sean says here, she recognized him. She missed him, but when she missed him, of course, she screamed, and I'm sure she was scared, insane, sad. I am sure that she was scared in that moment as well. There's a lot there. You can't, it's so much. When you listen to all of the testimony, and you can go back on our YouTube page and you can watch day 1 and day 2 of the trial. But when you hear all the testimony, you can very much waver one way or the other on it. When you look at it and you watch it with an open mind, at least. So I don't envy the jury at all. They have a very hard decision ahead of them. Very hard decision. Olivia asking if this will be the last day of trial. So Olivia, when they went to a pretrial hearing to hear some motions that the attorneys had filed, the judge asked them how long they anticipated the trial being. Both the prosecution and defense stated between 3 to 5 days. So today is day 3 of the trial. I know that the state's witness list was a lot longer than the defense witness list. Does that mean that today is going to be the last day of trial? I don't know. It depends really on what happens. It depends on the jury. There's so many things at play here, but it could very well be. It could be tomorrow. It could be Friday. But the state and the defense both said that they believe the trial would last between 3 to 5 days. Let's see. The smirk gets me every time, Miss Thomas. Yes. Is it a smirk or is it just her face? That's the whole thing. We don't know. We don't know the normal Carly, the day-to-day Carly. And so is that her just sitting there? A lot of people tell me that I look really mad or mean sometimes when I'm just sitting there. I think we all know what that face is called, but we're not going to go there. Let's see. Lavon Wiley is... let's see. She says, show the video of him getting shot because I need to see if he didn't have anything to do with this, because something is not right about his testimony. He got shot and this girl killed her mother, his wife, and he is on the stand sounding like she's the sweetest. Something is off, but she is definitely not mentally ill. We still have the expert witness testimony from the defense that we're going to hear. He spoke with Carly. He was a doctor that spoke with her, spoke with Heath, several people, I believe. And so we still have to hear from him on that. Now, whether what you say here, show the video of him getting shot. So we don't have the video of him getting shot. We have the security camera footage that's showing inside the garage that picks up the sound of him, the aftermath of him getting shot. So that's what we have been seeing here in this trial. That was shown yesterday. But we don't have this showing him actually getting shot. Same way we don't have it showing Ashley Smiley getting shot. We see more of the situation surrounding what happened when Ashley got shot. We hear the aftermath of what happened when Heath got shot. Looking here. Marcy says, I think the stepdad is afraid of her and thinking she might get off this murder trial and be free and might finish where she left off. So he's want to say whatever he will to make her happy. I have not heard that opinion. Looking at it from that way, it's very interesting. Haley says here that she believes there's a lot more to this story that won't be released. There is a lot to this story that we're probably not going to hear, not going to be privy to, and it's not because anybody's hiding or keeping anything. It's just there's a lifetime to this story. This doesn't just happen overnight. There's got to be a lifetime to the story. I don't mean the television channel either. But yeah, I'm sure there is a lot that we're not going to hear, that we're not going to know. And we may never fully understand why this happened. Michelle says, I do not understand how the stepdad is so blindsided by Carly. She is playing him. She told her friend he was fixing to come home and what she was going to do. Heath knows this now, and he is still calling her a sweet girl. It's maybe it's a level of unconditional love. Key is asking, where has it been held? It is this is happening at the Rankin County courtroom, and looking, I want to make sure. Haley says, my dogs get angry and upset. A teenage girl did. That's humorous there. Charles saying there's not something not quite right with the stepdad in my view. You guys have a lot of thoughts, a lot of opinions on this. I scroll through. It's really hard to keep up with all of your comments. I appreciate all of you tuning in and watching. We got some of you watching on our website, WLBT.com. We got some of you watching on our news app. Then some of you are over on our YouTube channel. And then we have some of you here on our Facebook channel. We do appreciate all of you tuning in. So we've been covering this since it happened back in March. I've been here in the trial, been here all day, every day. Morgan has been there in the courtroom. I've been here on this end, and appreciate you guys hanging out and sticking out with us over the days of the trial. Karen, it says here, no matter what was going on, it did not give her the right to kill her mom and try to kill her stepdad. I believe that. Haley says the camera was taken down and hidden in the fridge, most likely before he got home, talking about the security cameras that was in the kitchen. So yes, that was picked up what happened with Ashley. And then by the time Heath got home, the camera was no longer in the kitchen. And it was later discovered to be hidden in the refrigerator behind some water bottles. That is what the testimony of Heath Smiley said, that they didn't see the camera. He didn't realize it was missing. And then when he realized it was missing, he couldn't find it until a couple of days later, maybe the next day, and found it in the refrigerator, which leads one to believe that Carly is the one to take it down and try to hide it. So we don't know. We don't know that. I don't believe they have any security camera footage from inside the house of the friend being there. So that would make me believe that she did that before the friend arrived. Lisa asks, has it been said what provoked Carly to do this? It has not been said. So here's what we know that happened that day leading up until the homicide. So Carly's best friend, who testified at the end of day one, Carly's best friend talked about how he had spoke with Carly's mother, Ashley, that day, concerned about Carly, concerned about her behavior, says that Carly had been self-harming herself, that she was taking drugs, she had vapes, that she had a phone. They refer to it as a burner phone or either an iPad during the trial. And the friend told Carly's mom about it. See Carly back up on stand. Let's go back into the courtroom, or not on stand. Carly's at the desk, so we're going back into the courtroom now.
Make sure you can speak to the last person in the jury box can hear you. You understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Mr. Smiley, how are you doing today?
All right, I guess.
And you testified, let me ask you this. We've heard some testimony from you already regarding the relationship between Ashley and Carly. And you've said already that when you first met Ashley and Carly in 2019, until the time of March 19th, that both Ashley and Carly had a wonderful relationship, and you and Carly had a wonderful relationship.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked with the state yesterday about getting married in Gatlinburg.
Yes, that's correct.
And who all was there for your wedding in Gatlinburg?
Just myself and Ashley and Carly, and we got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
Okay. And were any photographs taken?
Yes.
Okay. And was that, how would you describe that day?
It's really good. It was one of the best memories I've ever had.
And how did Carly appear about you and Ashley getting married?
She appeared very happy with it all, and she was just her normal, wonderful self all day.
And Was there an occasion after you and Ashley got married that you guys adopted some puppies?
Yes, we've got 2 golden retrievers now. They're running around playing all the time.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about how you got that second golden retriever?
We actually surprised Carly with that one. We had talked a lot about the first one and got him, and decided he needed a buddy at some point, a year and a half later. So we had got it all set up to get him and didn't tell her. And we said we had to go meet her grandparents, pick something up, and then we'd go out to eat. And we were really waiting on the lady to bring the puppies around to us. And she was pretty surprised and taken back with that one.
And on any normal, typical weekend, how would your family typically spend a weekend?
We were kind of in between my parents and Ashley's parents. So sometimes we would go to her Carly's grandparents' house, one or the other, or we'd stay home some weekends. And she got to see family, or she got to hang out with the dogs. Sometimes her and her mom, more so than me, would not much on all the movies and stuff, but they'd sit down and watch movies they liked together. They'd like running, going shopping or something here and there when they needed to.
And what, if anything, would you and Carly do together on the weekends?
Video games, some, just random stuff. I was always taking her to like karate and guitar, so she'd sit down and play guitar for us. And she had a acoustic guitar and electric guitar. We got her at Christmas one year, and just whatever, try to take it easy.
Okay. And do you recall when you and Ashley got married?
Yes.
When was that?
It was June 13th of 2020.
Okay. And do you recall about when you and Ashley surprised Carly with that puppy?
Yes.
When was that?
Ooh, I don't know the date on that one. It was, let's see, he's about to turn 2 next month, so it was right at 2 years ago, I guess.
So would that be September 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you guys took any photos?
We did. I guess it would have been 2022. It'll be 2 in a month, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
You mean when you got the puppy?
Yeah, when we got the puppy.
Okay. And did you and Ashley have an opportunity to take any photos once you got home with the dog?
Yeah, I've got video of him meeting the other dog the first time in the backyard and everything. A lot of pictures of her holding him in the parking lot with the lady that we picked him up from.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Your Honor, same objection.
Mr. Smiley, I'm handing you these 2 photographs. Do you recognize who's in that first photograph?
Yes.
Okay, who's in the first photograph?
It's Ashley, myself, and Carly.
And when was that photograph taken?
That was June of 2020 when we got married in Gatlinburg.
Okay. And do the people is that photograph an accurate depiction of when it was taken?
Yes.
Okay. And with the second photograph, who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
Okay. And do you recall when that photograph was taken?
Same day before we got married.
Okay. And is that an accurate depiction
Yes.
of what you observed that day?
Yes.
That's photographed there.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these 2 photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection.
Same objection.
The objection to remoteness will be sustained in part and overruled in part. The court will sustain the objection to remoteness to this photograph, have it marked D2 for identification purposes only. The court will overrule the objection as to this photograph. As to remoteness, they'll be marked S3 all purposes. D3 all purposes.
And may I publish that to the jury on it?
Hand it to the bailiff.
Mr. Smiley, I'm going to hand you 2 more photographs here.
All right.
And can you describe for me who's in that photograph?
It's Ashley and Carly and our second puppy, Finn.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And about when was that photograph taken?
I would say maybe a year and a half ago.
Can you give me a month, year?
Not sure without looking it back up, but I would say maybe near the end of 2022.
End of 2022. And who's in that photograph there?
That's myself and Carly with our first dog, Wyatt.
Okay. And can you give me a month and year for when that photograph was taken?
I don't know a month on that one, but it was maybe just over 2 years ago.
Can you give me the year?
I'd say sometime in 2022.
Okay. And who took this photograph?
Ashley.
And is that a true and accurate depiction, as you
Yes.
recall it, that time?
Yes,
And who took the first photograph?
I did.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you
Yes,
photographed at that time?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these 2 photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection as to relevance and remoteness.
Yes, sir.
We'll overrule the objection as to remoteness. They'll be entered as defense next in number.
Your Honor, I would ask that these 2 photographs be published to the jury.
If you would hand over the bailiff.
And Heath, I have one last photograph for you here. Can you tell me who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And can you tell me about when that photograph was taken?
That one was taken in June of 2020 when we got married. Give or take a day or two. I forgot what day we went on a hike up there.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you observed at the time you took that photo?
Yes, it is.
I think I'm going to get you to help me pass that to Judge Arthur. Judge Arthur, we would ask that that photograph be admitted into evidence.
Any same objection?
Same objection.
It'll be sustained as to remoteness and cumulative. Mark a D next to number for identification purposes only.
Your Honor, we would take your witness.
Cross-examination.
Favorite sweet choice.
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I've handed you two exhibits, Exhibit S7 and D3. Is it your testimony that this picture, what year was Exhibit 7 taken?
That was just under a year ago.
And I believe yesterday you testified that that was an accurate description of the way Ashley looked in physical appearance the last day you saw her live.
Yes, I guess that's reasonable.
And in fact, the picture that you just talked about from 2020 actually kind of looks about the same, doesn't she?
It does.
You agree with me that we won't ever get to see Ashley after March 19th, 2024, get a day older, will we?
Correct.
And that's because of Carly's actions?
Yes.
This picture of Carly from 2020, would you look at her? You identified her yesterday at the bills table. Does that look like the same girl to you?
Yes.
She doesn't look any older as she sits at that table 4 years later?
Not really.
May I publish that to the jury again, Judge?
Yes. Hand it to the bailiff.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smiley, isn't it true that yesterday you testified that Carly Gregg is the person who shot you? I think we talked about that the injury was about 6 inches from your head.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Heath,
Yes.
do you feel any differently about Carly now than you did when those photographs were
Objection, Your
taken?
Honor. Improper redirect.
Sustained.
Heath, on cross-examination, Catherine asked you if Carly appeared to be the same in those photographs that you were looking at as she does right now. Does she?
She does to me. I mean, I've aged a little bit over time. I think everybody does.
Is there any other way in which you feel Carly has changed dramatically from how she appeared in those photographs and how she appears today?
Not really. I mean, her hair's different, obviously, but it was fixed up that day for a wedding.
Okay, thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally released by the defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
by the state.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under subpoena. You're still not to discuss your testimony, and I'm sorry you'll have to wait outside the courtroom. Okay? Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we call Deputy Stack, and if we can have just a few minutes, we can set.
All right, Mr. Levingston, go on ahead and set up the monitor until. Yeah. Did you mean Shaq? Shaq. Okay. Just yourself up to the microphone. Speak loud enough that that last lady on the road can hear you. Okay? You don't have to talk directly into the mic.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, they're hooking that up. You understand that you're now under oath. Your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
And please court.
Yes.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Tony Shack,
And Tony, where do you work at currently?
Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And what do you do for Rankin County?
I do interdiction, criminal interdiction.
And I want you to go back to, I think it's the 19th of March of this year. You participated in a case concerning Carly. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was your participation in that?
So I drove out there to assist. I came from the interstate. Whenever the call came out, I didn't know the full details of it, but I knew what we were doing. I came out there to assist look for her. When I came to look for her, I came on Farmington Boulevard out there. I think it was around 5 o'clock traffic, 5:30. I can't remember the exact time. When I was coming down Farmington Boulevard, there was traffic in front of me, traffic behind me, because it's a big neighborhood. I looked to my right. I saw her standing there, a female. That's what I knew we were looking for. I immediately put the car in park. I hopped out. I said, "Are you involved in this incident that happened in this neighborhood?" She goes, "Yes, sir, I am. Is my stepdad okay?" And I said, "I can't talk to you about that." I put her in handcuffs, put her in my car, and we began to go to the scene.
Yes, and so you were informed to take her back to the scene. Is that correct?
I was informed different things on the way to the scene. Yes, I was informed to take her to the scene. I was informed to take her to the office. I was informed to take her to the scene. So I kind of did a merry-go-round in Farmington for a minute around a median. Finally, I did go to the scene. Yes.
And so finally, evidently, you were told to bring her to the
Yes,
scene.
that's correct.
Okay. And so then once you got her to the scene, I know you had some conversations with different officers and everything.
I did.
Okay. And you've seen your video from that night.
Yes.
Or from that day. And you
Yes.
remember it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, not just dead specific, but yes, I remember.
Okay. At some time, you turn your body cam off. Do you remember?
I muted it. Yes.
You muted it.
That's correct.
Okay. And you muted it because you didn't want what was being talked about heard, correct?
Right, about a personnel issue. Yeah, I didn't want to just start talking about an issue there it was about having to go back and forth coming around to the scene.
Okay. You're in the let me just understand correct.
Okay.
Okay. You have a policy and procedure with the Rankin County Sheriff Department.
That's correct.
And it says you're not supposed to mute it and you're not supposed to turn it off, correct?
That's correct.
And you're in the middle of an investigation.
That's correct.
And you're the person that has custody and control of the suspect at this point.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained as the leading.
Who had custody and control when you turned your body cam off?
She was in my vehicle, but she had other investigators that were then assisting.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out of the car. She was just still in there.
And I think, is there any time that you can ever turn or mute when you're on, I guess, still performing your duty on a case?
Well, during this particular situation, I was talking about something that was not involved in the case. I was talking about a personnel issue, so that's why I did it.
Okay, so you intentionally violated your policy.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what basis? Leading. Sustained as the leading.
What is the policy on the Rankin County Sheriff's Department's use of body cams?
Yeah, I mean, the policy is that whenever you are actively communicating with the public or with the suspect or what have you, that you remain with the body camera on.
Would you want to review it just to make sure you understand? Is it, because I'm confused, is it just when you're communicating, or are you supposed to have it on all the time while the case is going on?
Well, you're supposed to carry it on all times while the case is going on, but at the time I was talking about something different. So yeah, I muted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been exculpatory evidence or something like that that's the reason why you muted.
No.
Okay. Now, she talked to you, I think, at some point about asking to see her mother. Is that correct?
Asking to see her mother?
Yes, she asked to see her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Didn't you have a report and you put in your report?
I don't recall that. I don't
You didn't know what to tell her exactly?
Yeah, I didn't know the details of the case to tell her anything.
Mm-hmm. And so, but she was asking at that point, okay, she was asking to see her mother, correct?
No, she never asked about her mother. She only asked about how her stepdad was.
And so there was never any time where she asked about her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. May I beg reports and indulgence? Yes. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that we be allowed to publish his or play the video, his body cam video. Yes, Your Honor, we have a copy of the video of this officer that we would ask to enter into evidence at this time.
Your Honor, we approach.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we requested a recess.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and ask y'all to step out for about 10, 15 minutes. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Officer Shack, we're in recess. You're not to discuss your testimony with anybody. If you need to use a restroom, let one of the bailiffs know. They'll take you out. All right. What's before the court is a request to move a body cam video into evidence. Is that correct? The state's only objection is you haven't seen the physical media that's being introduced into evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's no other, if it is in fact the body cam of Tony Shack, you have no other objections. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, get the body cam. I'm going to instruct the defense. You got a few minutes to get the body cam video onto a physical media that can be entered into evidence. The problem with a thumb drive is, unless you have a clean computer that you're going to provide at your cost to the state, it's got to be able to play on that thing right there. That's all we have for the jury to take back. So y'all take 10 minutes. We'll be in recess.
And court has gone into recess. Let me change out my microphone here so you guys don't hear an echo. All right, so what we are waiting on now, court has gone into recess. The defense has tried to enter into evidence body camera footage of the deputy that was just on the stand. That was Deputy Zach Cotton. Is that his? Tony Shack. No, Zachary Cotton was yesterday. So that was Deputy Tony Shack, and they're trying to enter his body cam footage into trial. Into the evidence rather, and the state objected it because they had not seen the body cam footage, the actual, like the physical thing, the physical like DVD or thumb drive, something like that. They had not seen that, and they have to have it. So that is what they are working on getting now, and also letting the state review it. The jury is on a 10-minute recess. Let everybody get a quick break, get a good stretch in, and then they'll be coming back. So here's some stuff that I've learned while Heath Smiley was back up on stand. Of course, you know, they showed Heath a lot of pictures of him and Carly, Carly and her mother Ashley from the time from when they got married, when Heath and Ashley got married through today. They showed those pictures to the jury. But another thing that I learned while he was on the stand was when Carly's friend or the juvenile witness was on the stand earlier before Heath that we could not see. She did state, witness or testify to saying that Carly had told her that she heard voices in her head. And also, she testified that they got piercings at school. She and Carly got piercings at school. So that is just a couple of things that the juvenile witness testified to on stand. Also found out what the exact makeup is of our jury. We have 8 women and 6 men, 2 of those people being alternates. So if somebody in the regular 12 cannot complete their duties as a juror, there's an alternate that has been there that can fill the place. So that is what we have heard so far. And looking here at the here we go. Morgan Harris, who is there in studio or in the courtroom rather, says the defense lawyers have to put the body cam footage on a physical media recess for 10 minutes. Love her. Love Morgan. She is doing awesome in there. Cynthia says tattoos at school. Really? Actually said it was piercings. If I said tattoos, that was a speak on my part. So that was piercings that she testified to her and Carly getting at school. Also, her friend testified that Carly heard voices. Kim Watson says 8 women. She's going down. You know, that could be 8 women who are not happy about what she did and believe that there's no reason for it to be okay. And there could be that could be 8 women who look at her as a child with a sympathetic eye. This really is a hard case to be a juror on. Not that any case is easy, especially when it comes to murder trials, things like this, but this really is a difficult case to be a jury on. Tanya says she missed what the juvenile said. Can someone recap? That is what I am here for, Tanya. So what the juvenile said, just a couple of things that we have that she said. She testified on stand that Carly told her that she heard voices. And the friend also testified that she and Carly got piercings at school. So that's just a couple of things that we know. Morgan here in the comments saying prosecution arrested yesterday. So the prosecution of the state arrested yesterday, and now it's the defense's turn to call the people to stand. So April says, I mean, she shot and killed her mom. There's no doubting that. Yes, she is going down. But when you look at what they are, the defense that the defense is using, and that is insanity. So if she gets, she may get not guilty by reason of insanity and say that she is not rehabbed. She's still a threat to society, which means that she would go to get treatment for her mental illness. So it really does. There's a lot of variables here, very laudable. Memory saying, can I recap the testimony of the juvenile from yesterday? There was 2 juveniles yesterday. One was the friend that Morgan. No, I'm sorry. Morgan is there in the courtroom. She's the one that told me this. The friend from yesterday was one that was there at the home that Carly called her over, and then there was also the juvenile who I don't believe his testimony got finished the day before, and he had to finish up getting his testimony done. So, but as far as exactly what they said, I don't have that information right in front of me. However, I will get that and play that during the next recess, because I know that Morgan spoke to that in the story that she did yesterday. Michelle Ellis says, this is a difficult case, period. I sympathize with the jury and the judge. I hope in the least that that justice is served and she gets the mental help she needs. Anyone that commits murder in some sense has mental problems. Very good point there. Very good thoughts. And I can agree with that. Let's see. Tammy is saying that her lawyers are weak. I believe Tammy means her lawyers are weak. And Jeanette over on YouTube saying she needs to go for treatment before any punishment. I do believe that treatment is definitely something that is needed here for Carly. Izzy says, insanity means you don't know right from wrong. If she didn't know right from wrong, she would not have tried to hide the gun from the cameras or ran. That is a very good point. Very good point there, Izzy. see, Morgan asking, have they released details / results from her full psych evaluation yet? No, they're still waiting. The expert witness from the defense should take the stand today. So we are waiting on him, but he should take the stand today. If not today, hopefully tomorrow. But we know that he is a doctor that the defense had come in from out of town. Maybe he only has today. I don't know exactly how that works, but we do know that he is there. We do know that he is prepared to take the stand, and we should be hearing that hopefully today. Amy saying videos of each trial is on YouTube. You can go watch them if you missed them. And that is right. If you missed any of the trial coverage, you can go to our YouTube page, WLBT on 3 on Your Side on YouTube. Please subscribe, give us a like over there, and you can watch full coverage of the trial there on our YouTube page. Trawanda says that girl don't have no mental illness. She's just acting out. Is that the case? We don't know. We do know that Carly is very smart. She skipped a grade, skipped 4th grade, I believe. She got a 30 on her ACT when she was 13 years old. Carly is a very smart girl. Everybody that has testified or talked about Carly has spoken to the fact that she's a very intellectually gifted. She is smart. Even Heath Smiley on stand talked about how friends and classmates at school would always ask Carly for help, and that she sometimes got frustrated by it because everybody was asking her to help them or to give the answers because she is so smart and the work came easily to her. So she's a very smart girl. Is this a calculated move by a very smart girl? I don't know. And I don't think that we will really know that until we hear from expert witness. And so I am anxious to hear what the expert witness has to say about his evaluation of her mental status at the time of the incident, and her mental status now, if he will even speak to that. Looking. Tanya says, yes, I taught with her mom and she was doing pre-algebra in like 2nd grade. Wow. I'm not doing pre-algebra now. So yeah. Trina says, what did she have to gain from her mother's death though? Trina, from what has been discussed and what has been testified to on the witness stand, as far as the friends coming on, the friends talking about how the friend talked about how he went and talked to Carly's mom regarding his concern for Carly, the ways that she had been acting out, self-harm, doing drugs, having a vape, having a secret phone that she was not supposed to have, things like that. And if you follow this storyline of, okay, the friend told Ashley on the day that the murder happened, they come home, you can see that Ashley goes towards the area of Carly's bedroom on the security camera. You can see Carly sees her mom looking in her bedroom, and then Carly goes and gets the gun and shoots her mom. Things that we don't know. We don't know if this was discussed with Carly, with her mom, and Ashley had this conversation on the ride home, talking about what Ashley had learned from her friend. We don't know any of that, but what we do know is that the friend told Ashley about him being concerned for Carly, things that Carly was getting into, and then later that day, Carly ends up shooting her mother. So it makes it seem as if, is it just a retaliation of a teenager who is angry with their mom for going through their stuff and finding something? And it's a very permanent solution, if you will, to a temporary problem. But so that's really what we know as to maybe why she did this. But as far as like the full reason, the full motive behind it, we don't know that. We probably won't know that or understand that or even have a clue to that until we hear the expert witness testimony on this. Demi says, a secret phone, a vape. This definitely is not insanity. She did it because she wants to do what she wants, and her mom wasn't allowing it, as she shouldn't. That is very possible. That is very possible. Sean Shalia said, whatever they talked about in the car, Carly had her mind made up to kill her mom. As soon as she got home, she literally didn't think twice about it. Danielle says, whatever her mom found was that terrible. Jeanette here on YouTube says that she needs a psychiatric intervention. Here, YouTube, it can't be over a vape or a phone. It's more. It makes you think. You think something that serious. It has to be more than that, right? It has to be more. But you have to also think, well, Carly is a very smart, intellectually gifted young woman. She still also has a very underdeveloped brain for the age, 14 years old. And even if it was just that, she's probably not fully understanding the permanency of her actions, or just trying to get out of trouble quick. And that did not work out for her. Sabrina's said, I can't tell if the stepdad is on her side or not. From what we have heard from the defense, what they have told to media in interviews is that the stepdad is 100% on Carly's side. He has her back. He is supporting her in all of this, even after what happened. As a matter of fact, there was a no contact order between the stepfather and Carly, and the stepfather took the steps to have the no contact order removed. So, it appears that he is on her side, that he is supporting her. Ryan went asking what drugs were in her system. So Ryan, all that we know at this time as far as drugs in her system is that she did test positive for marijuana in a urine test, and she also admitted to using marijuana. We know that she tested positive in the urine test because when she was first arrested and she was taken to the Rankin County Youth Detention Center over in Pelahatchie, they automatically do a drug test on the youth that come in to test for drugs, illegal drugs, but also to make sure there's nothing more serious in their system, such as, for instance, fentanyl. If a child comes into the youth detention center and they have fentanyl in their system, then they're automatically going to take that child to a emergency room, a hospital, to get medical care. So that's one reason why they do that. They also do that to have extra protection for the juveniles that are in their custody, as well as having protection for the officers and employees that work there. So they did that urine test on Carly when she was taken to the Rankin County Youth Juvenile Center, and she tested positive for marijuana with that urine test. Anything else in her system, we don't know about that. Will that be revealed? We don't know about that. We know they have testified about her taking different antidepressant medications, but I'm sure that we will hear more about that. Let's see. It's Sheila. I'm saying your name wrong. I know I am. It says kids are very territorial when they are teenagers, and she didn't like what her mom was doing and killed her. It does seem like that. It does seem like that. James says nothing can save her. She is guilty. Well, she is guilty. There is no question here. Even in the opening statements, it was said this isn't a case of who done it. This is a case of why. So we know Carly did it. We know Carly is guilty. We know that Carly shot her stepfather. We know she is guilty of that. What we don't know is the why. Why behind it? Is it a temporary insanity type of thing? Or is it not? Is it just the case of a teenager acting out in the worst way possible? We don't know. All right, guys, so we're going to go back into the courtroom. They should be coming back from recess here in just a few moments. And as a matter of fact, there they go. Let's go back into the courtroom now.
All right, I spoke briefly with counsel off the record. I want to get this on the record, though. As I understand it, body cam videos are typically produced in a proprietary format so that, frankly, nobody can change them in any manner. That's the purpose of the proprietary format. I understand that the defendant does not have a copy of the video to put into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
So you have asked the state to have their person go. The only way to do this is to screenshot the actual video with a particular piece of software, and it is quite a lengthy process. So what I told the defense is that the state has agreed to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't want to waste the jury's time. So what I've proposed is that the defense excuse this witness subject to recall. Is there any objection to that procedure by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
By the state?
No, sir.
All right, Deputy Shack, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to excuse you, but you're still under oath. You're not to talk about this with anybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
The DA's office will be allowed to show you the video that has been copied and your original video so you can compare them for authentication purposes, okay? But otherwise, there should be no discussion about the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
By the state?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to bring the jury in. The defense will excuse Deputy Shack subject to recall, and then we'll call the next witness, okay? Bring him in. Does the defense have an announcement as to this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would excuse our witness subject to recall.
All right. Deputy Shack, you're going to be excused subject to recall. That means you will be called back most likely.
Yes, sir.
You're not to discuss this testimony with anyone at this time. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Stand down. Please exit the courtroom. While he's exiting the courtroom, the defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Your Honor, freely afraid.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am. I need y'all to step out one more time. Y'all go sit. Go sit. Go have a seat. The record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. At the bench, we had a discussion about some medical records. I'm going to say this for both sides. I'm not taking another break. If you want something in evidence, you better have a complete copy of it. Go on ahead and show it to the other side. These people are getting paid $25 a day, and they are away from their jobs. They didn't ask for this job, and they didn't want this job. I forced them into it. I'm tired of wasting their time. You have 20 minutes.
Well, Judge Dewey Author is not very happy there, is he? No, he did not seem very happy at all. They had the jury come in, dismissed the witness that was on the stand because of the body camera footage being in a certain type of format that the defense didn't have. They've got to get a way to make it work on the camera or the computer inside the courtroom. Goodness gracious. So they excused that witness so that he could go, and they are going to have him come back later with the body camera footage when they had that ready to go. Then they were getting ready to call their next witness, the expert witness for the defense, Dr. Oh, I had his name. Andrew Clark. Yes, Dr. Andrew Clark. They're about to call him up onto the stand. And then they came to the bench with the judge. They asked to come up to the bench, and he had them leave the bench, and he was not very happy. He had the jury leave the room, and then he initially he fussed at them. Basically, he fussed at the attorneys, and he said, look, if you've got any more evidence that you want to be put into this, if you want to be submitted into evidence, then what you need to do is you need to make sure that you have it fully and completely and ready to go in this trial. Both sides have to have looked at this evidence, or it's not being admitted. It's not coming in. Gave them a 20-minute break, said we're not doing any more breaks, not doing any more recesses after this. 20 minutes. Make sure both sides know what evidence you're going to be showing. Make sure that evidence is ready to go, ready for the jury to see it. Get it done. So that is what he said. Judge Dewey Author has been pretty stout in this case, which you have to be. You have to be to the letter of the law, right down the center. You can't go one way or the other, because then it shows favoritism, and it could be the ruling, the judge, the sentencing could be overruled. All of that could be overruled. Her indictment could, so he's got to be right. Let's see. Looking here. Someone said, Ryan says, seems to me if attorney gives Rankin County Sheriff a subpoena for body cam footage to be used in a Rankin County courtroom, the sheriff would supply in a format the court can use. The difference with this body cam footage, Ryan, is that this was not subpoenaed by the state. This was subpoenaed by the defense. And so this has not been shown yet. I don't know if that makes a difference as far as like what the format of it and all that stuff. I don't know, but I know that this was subpoenaed by the defense and not the state. Does that make a difference? I'm not sure, but I do know that. Then Morgan is saying, yes, that the materials weren't ready to be shown in the right format. And that is correct, Morgan. Here we go. It says they are, when he specifically told them to have things in order, like he stated, the juries are away from work only to make $25 a day. That's true. They're away from work. They're away from home. and they have a huge burden placed upon them. We don't want to waste their time. We want to be very respectful of the men and women in the jury. Speaking of the jury, we do have 8 women on in the jury. We have 6 men. 2 of those people are alternates, but that is what our jury makeup is right now. So 6 men, 8 women, 2 of those people being alternates. Looking at your comments, I can't put anything with bad words on it. So if you want me to read your comment or show it, don't put any foul language in there. Trina says, "Someone get him a Snicker. He's still hungry." You're not like this when you're not yourself when you're hungry. That is funny. Tina, let me see what your question was, Tina. Tina, if you can, I can't find, I've got so many comments here. If you want to repost your question, I would appreciate it. Trina says, makes sense. Formatting matters. Some software won't be able to play the video. Plus, why would you introduce that video into evidence the day of? They have the right to see all the evidence produced in advance for a reason to prepare. That is true. That is true. Destiny asking, will we see the video? I believe that we will see the video. It should come up later today. They excused that witness from the stand. That witness was Deputy Tony Shack. They excused Tony from the stand, but he is still under oath. He is not to speak with anyone about the case, not to talk with anyone about it, and he is subject to being recalled back to the witness stand. And I'm assuming once they have the body camera footage, and the judge also told Deputy Shack that he would have the opportunity to not only watch the format that they were able to play it on, but also to watch the original to make sure and verify that they are the same thing. They are showing the same thing, basically to verify its authenticity. Let's see. Michelle said, will Carly herself testify on her reasoning or otherwise? So at the beginning of today, when the defense took over, because state rested yesterday, today is the defense, and Carly was called up to speak with the judge, and the judge told her, you have the choice. You can testify. You can choose not to. That is your decision. What is your decision? What do you want it to be? Do you know? Do you need to discuss with your attorneys? You have to make the decision. Your attorneys can't make the decision for you, but you can take their counsel. So her and her attorneys went and discussed it, and then Carly came back in and said that she had made a decision, but her decision was to wait. She wanted to wait and hear what other people testified on the stand. So the judge told her that is within her rights. She has every right to do that. So she is waiting and going to see what other people have to say on the stand before she may or may not get up there herself and talk. Let's see. Michelle saying, I'm sorry, but what does his body cam prove or disprove? In my opinion, Camp is just costing the state money and wasting time. So this body camera footage is, from what we understand, this body cam footage is the arresting officer. This is the officer that arrested Carly. According to the testimony that he gave before all of this happened with trying to play the body camera footage, the testimony that he gave was that he was going to the crime scene. On his way to the crime scene, he saw a juvenile female that matched Carly's description. He saw her. It was Carly. He stopped, and that Carly, he asked her if she had anything to do with what was going on over there, and she said yes. She did not at that point try to continue to evade police officers. She was forthcoming about it. She also asked the officer who arrested her, asked her about her stepdad, if he was okay. She did not ask about the mom. Now, Kevin Camp asked if she asked about her mother when the officer arrested her. The officer stated to his recollection, he did not remember her asking about her mother. He only remembered her asking about her stepfather. So that is one thing that the body camera will show, but I'm assuming that they're also wanting it to show Carly's state of mind, the way that she was acting or whatnot when she was arrested. So that's why it's probably important for this body camera footage to be shown, because if they are pleading a insanity defense, then they need to be able to show that she was indeed acting in a not sane manner or something along those lines at the time of the crime or the immediate aftermath of the crime. Let's see. Ryan says all about the defense undermining his testimony. If he says she didn't ask about her mom and the camera proves otherwise, it brings his credibility into question. And that is very true, Ryan. That is very true. Looking, you got so many comments. I don't want to put anything up. That is should not be put up. Toy from YouTube says, doesn't matter what we think, she's entitled to her defense. So that's how innocent people get locked up and guilty people walk. I'd rather have all evidence in and convict without wasting money on appeals. And that is very true. Regardless of what anybody feels or thinks about Carly, what she did or the outcome or anything like that, regardless of all of that, the truth is with Carly is that this is she's a child, and this is the United States, and she deserves to have this moment, I guess you could say, to have this, to show, to have the opportunity to prove herself innocent by reason of insanity, or not guilty by reason of insanity. Similar with any person here in the American justice system, supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. We're supposed to be able to have our moment in a courtroom, possibly in front of our peers, with the jury, things like that. It's just one of the things that we're allowed to. So like Toy says, I would rather see all of the evidence, get everything put in, and make a decision off of everything so that we can make sure that an innocent person isn't getting locked up, or a person who may have mental issues gets the help they actually need, and not just thrown into a prison and not get the chance to be rehabilitated. Demi Jones asking, is her biological father in court today? No, her biological father is not in court. From what we have seen or what has been testified to rather in this, is that her biological father is not in the picture with her right now. But no, he is not there. Trina Bree says, let's not forget George Steeney. He was executed at 14 years of age, and he was innocent. I'm not sure who that is, but I'm going to look that person up. Okay, guys, so they were taking a 20-minute recess, and what I'm going to do for you real quick is I'm going to play for you the breakdown from yesterday, recap from Morgan Harris that she did yesterday. And if they come back into the courtroom before this is done, then we'll go straight into there. But here is a recap of yesterday.
Home security video shown in court gives an inside look at the actual crime. After shooting her mother 3 times, Gregg can be seen easing back into the kitchen. A juvenile witness testified that Gregg called her. When she got to her house, she says Gregg asked her, "Have you ever seen a dead body? My mom is in there." Gregg then told her that she had 3 more shots waiting on her stepdad.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face.
After the shooting, Greg and the teen can be seen running away on another security camera. Heath Smiley, Greg's stepfather, says she was in therapy and taking medications for anxiety and stress. He claims that he nor his wife were ever afraid of the teen before the shooting, and that day her behavior was off.
I've never seen anybody like that, even in movies. She was not herself, and like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me.
Despite the shooting, Smiley is still standing by his stepdaughter.
Do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
And how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now.
The prosecution called several more witnesses to the stand, including the Rankin County Deputy Coroner, expert witnesses with the Mississippi Forensic Laboratory, and investigators.
Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then of course there's a room.
So that was a small clip of the video, surveillance video from inside the home that they showed yesterday in the courtroom. Also, a little bit of what Heath Smiley had to say on stand earlier today. I'm sorry, yesterday. He is back on the stand this morning. And right now, what we're doing is we're waiting for them to come back from recess. Judge Dewey Arthur set a recess for them, and so that the state and the defense could both get their evidence together, make sure that both sides have seen the evidence, that the evidence is 100% ready to be presented to the court and to the jury, and that is what we're waiting on. Excuse me. So we're going to go back into the courtroom now. And as soon as they get done with recess, everybody comes back in. You will be there and ready to watch. If anything happens, if I find out any other additional information, we'll come back on. But we're going to go to the courtroom now. Hello, everyone. So we are back. Going to jump in real quick. I just kind of explain, let you know what's going on in case you don't. So they are in recess right now. What has happened is the judge called a recess to make sure that both the defense and the state both have all of their evidence together, that they have it ready to go for the jury, for the court to be submitted into evidence, and everybody see it. No more objections, none of that. Make sure both sides see it, defense and state, all of that. So that's what we're waiting on right now, to make sure that the both sides have their evidence together. So I was looking here at the comments that you guys are leaving and making a lot of great points. So Sheenie Clay here said, quick question. Or quick quest. I remember the stepdad said he looked into her eyes and she was someone else. If she had blanked out that bad, why didn't she shoot the friend? That's why I love things like being able to do this live with you guys and watch it, is because that's a point that I have not arrived to. I've not thought about. So that is a great question. It's a great point there. Why did she not act that way towards her friend? If she was having I don't want to say a psychotic break, but if she was having a moment that would lead to an insanity defense, then why didn't she do that? It's a great question. It's a great question. I'm sure that other people have thought that, but I did not, and I thought it was a great question. I am looking. Sheila says, what do y'all think her punishment should be? Now, of course, in the state of Mississippi, you can't do the death penalty for youth or for juveniles, but she can get a life in prison. She is facing right now 2 counts of life in prison, one for the first degree murder of her mother, one for the attempted murder of her mother, and then her third charge that she has, which is tampering with evidence. There is up to a 10-year sentence with this. So in total, she is looking at the possibility of getting 90 years for this, which, I mean, if she's only 15 years old, but that would put her living until she was 105. Is that possible? Yes, but this would be a life imprisonment. So I believe with first degree murder, it is 40 years to life. Attempted murder, 30 years to life, and then the other charge is up to 10 years. I could be wrong on the first degree murder, though. I'm sorry, the attempted murder. So, but that is what she is facing right now. Let's see. Haley says, Michelle Box, wouldn't a sane person be trying to hide what they had done or cover it up to get away with it? And that is a good point as well. If she wasn't insane, then wouldn't she have tried to cover it up more? Now, you could say she did try to cover it up, because when they showed her coming back into the kitchen after you heard the gunshots on the home security camera that was in the kitchen, she has her hand behind her back and she is hiding the gun behind her back. You also see when she's going into the bedroom, she peeks around the corner to see if her mom's still in the kitchen, and you can see that she has the gun hidden behind her back. She also, it appears that she was the one that covered her mother's face up with the towel, because a friend testified that when they arrived there at the house, that the mom, I'm sorry, not the friend testified, the investigator Zachary Cotton testified that the friend told him that when the friend arrived, that the mother had that the mother's face was already covered up with a towel, Ashley's face was already covered up with a towel, and that her hands were positioned across her abdomen, almost as if Carly came in and positioned her hands, as if you would see someone when they were laying in a casket, the way their hands would be. So we believe that Carly did that. So is that considered trying to cover it up? She also took down the kitchen security camera and she hid it in the kitchen or in the refrigerator. Would that be considered her trying to cover it up? I don't know. But that is a good point that you brought up. So Sarah Johnson says, I feel like her mom needs some sort of justice. Carly may need some mental health, but she also needs to serve time in prison, to me as well. she definitely needs some. She would definitely need some mental rehabilitation. That is for sure. Sheila says that she hopes that she gets life. Toy says that the death sentence. Of course, the death sentence, we don't have that here in the state of Mississippi for youth. Joey Spivey says, I wonder if the doctor's testimony is going to help her or incriminate her. I would like to believe that since this is the defense's witness, since that they called, that they would not put someone on stand that would incriminate their defense's defense, their client's defense. Let's put it that way. So I would hope that the defense would call someone that would help her and not incriminate her. But I mean, also it all is in what the jury hears, what he says, how they interpret what he says, and any questions that the state might come and redirect with. Trina says this case isn't about guilt or innocence. It's about whether she was in the right state of mind to make a rational decision. And that is exactly right. That is exactly what this case is about here. Alex asking, what's for lunch today? We didn't hear. We know the first day they were offered pork chops and nukes. Don't know what they were offered yesterday or today. Maybe that's something that Morgan can let us know about. Let's see. D. Cole is asking, where did she get the gun? So D, the gun was, it was her stepfather's gun, but her mother is the one that kept the gun. I believe the stepfather got the gun for Ashley Smiley. The bed, according to a testimony that Heath Smiley gave yesterday, he said that the gun was in the bedroom and that they had along the bottom of their bed cubbies underneath the bed. It wasn't necessarily drawers or shelves, but it was like little cubbies underneath the bed. And he said that the gun was there in one of the cubbies, not underneath the mattress and the platform that the mattress would have been on, but it was in a cubby down there and it was loaded. So that is that's where she got the gun from. That's where the gun was in the home. There were several weapons inside the home. Heath Smiley even testified that he and Ashley had taken Carly shooting before. They had several weapons in there that Ashley and Heath would go shooting together. Heath spoke about buying Carly a pink Swiss Army knife that he had gotten for her because she liked to do crafts and things inside the home and or inside of her room. And so he got that for her to do with her crafts, and that she ended up we also found out that she ended up taking that to school and getting in trouble with it for having it at school. But so that's where the gun came from. There were other weapons in the house, and Heath had essentially purchased a weapon for Carly in the past, when not a weapon that was used in this crime, but it was, considered a weapon, especially you take it to school. That's what she got in trouble for. You can't take anything like that to school. Toy asking, and what was her end plan? Nothing so far I've heard of. And we don't know we haven't heard yet what she was trying to accomplish with this, essentially what the motive behind it all was. Was it an obstinate teenager, or was it insanity? Was it a mental lapse? Tina's asking here, says, I believe there is so much more to this story that we will never hear. Why does Mr. Smiley always look down when answering questions and smirking? He gives me a weird vibe. And there's been a lot of people in the comments section here that have spoken of getting a weird vibe off of Heath Smiley. That is going to be an opinion we'll let you guys come to on your own on that. Okay, here is Alex Sims says 100% too much evidence that she was in a logical state of mind. The camera hiding the gun from the towel, hiding the gun from the camera, the towel. That could definitely lead someone to believe that she was in a sane state of mind. So, she was sane enough to call or to get her mother's phone to text her stepfather and say, hey, when are you going to be home, honey? He responded, and then Carly responded with the thumbs up message. To me, in my thought process, it takes a lot. It takes planning, or it takes a sane mind to think these things out. Like we've said before several times, Carly was a very intelligent little girl. She still is a very intelligent little girl, and that wants you to, or could lead you to ask the question: is this a calculated move by a very smart person? Very smart person. She could be smarter than any of us realize. I mean, she could be smarter than any of us. Let's just put it that, out there, plain and simple. So, very smart. Was this a logic or a calculated move by a very smart person? We don't know. I'm looking. Let's see if I can answer any more questions. Sabrina says, why was she trying to hide the gun after she killed her mom? If she forgot the camera was there, if she knew it was there, she would have removed the camera. But she did remove the camera, but she removed the camera after her mom was shot. All right, we got the judge coming back in. Let's go back to the courtroom.
I left the courtroom at 10:06, gave y'all 20 minutes. It's actually now 10:44. Do you have copies of the medical records that you need at this time, Mr. Camp? Has the state had an opportunity to view the medical records in their entirety?
The medical records, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And there's one set of records from the school district as well.
All right. Are the parties agreeing by stipulation to the admissibility of the records?
Of the medical records and the school records, yes, sir.
All right. Are there any more exhibits that may be needed by either side during this witness that we don't have by the state?
Your Honor, I believe that they're going to talk about journal entries and sketchbooks, and they did not have a copy of those, so that's what I was trying to make copies of upstairs.
Okay. Which journal entries? Are you objecting to the use of journal entries?
No, sir. Well, we do have a copy of the journal.
Right. Did you ever turn it over to the state?
The state actually turned it over to us.
Okay. So are we ready to go by the state?
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing that he's relying on.
By the defense?
Well, I think there was a page of the sketchbook. I think that's what Catherine put on there.
Yeah, so I told her that we would not agree to stipulate to just certain pages. If it was coming in, it was all coming in. And so we were trying to print the documents upstairs.
Do we have the documents? Okay. Is there another witness that we can take up at this time rather than leaving the jury out while everybody gets their paperwork together?
Your Honor, Mr. Livingston, just for the court's, I'm not obviously calling anybody, but for the court's knowledge, Mr. Livingston just messaged me a couple minutes ago, said that he's almost finished allowing Deputy Shack to review the body cam footage. So I think Deputy Shack should be ready to be recalled.
That's still a few minutes away. Deputy Shack has to watch the body cam video. Does the defense have another witness it can call while the paperwork is being gathered?
No, Your Honor.
You have no other witnesses other than Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark and Deputy Shack, Your Honor.
That's all you have left.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The state is correct insofar as there are portions, if there is a journal, the state is invoking the rule of completeness. So I can't put the doctor on the witness stand until I have a complete set of what's going into evidence. How much longer will it take? I take it the state printed out the medical records for the defense.
Or they had some, we printed out the rest of them. So we have a complete copy now to interview.
Can we at least try to do the medical records and hold do you have any idea how long it'll take for all the journals to be printed? Does the defense have all the journals?
The defense has a complete copy of a journal. It's just a sketchbook.
Do you have a complete copy of the sketchbook?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Deputy Shack is on his way down now. He has reviewed the video. They can call him if they wish to. That's Mr. Livingston.
And Judge, for the record, I did leave one of the ladies in my office has agreed to keep printing those, and they're gonna bring down a copy, 2 copies.
All right. Give the defense the disc. Y'all get over here and make sure the TV works before I bring the jury back in and have to send them back out. I tell you what, while the jury's out, if you have any exhibits that you intend on showing with Dr. Clark, go ahead and give them to the state so they can be looking through those. You have the ones that you actually want to offer into evidence, correct?
Yes, sir. There and we agreed to stipulate to both doctors see these.
Your Honor, would you like for me to get our investigator, get Mr. Shack in?
Pull Mr. Shack outside the courtroom for just a moment. If he would, if an investigator can get him posted up, though, that would be helpful. Just post him up outside the door. All right, Mr. Livingston, if you wouldn't mind, take the exhibit, put it in there, and let's just make sure it plays before we bring in the jury. Is the state satisfied with the exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense satisfied with the exhibit?
Your Honor.
All right, pause it, take it out. But leave the equipment up, please. You wish to recall Tony Shack at this time?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bailiff, can you find out if the jurors are ready?
Yes, sir.
While the jury's out for the attorneys, there's a judgment debtor exam going on in Judge Morrow's courtroom, so that's closed, okay? All right, bring him in. All right, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We would recall Tony Shack.
All right, Tony Shack, please. Let's re-swear.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat.
Yes, Your
You understand that you're still under oath and your answers are sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. I allowed you to step down for a minute to discuss your testimony with anyone.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Tony, I think you went upstairs and reviewed the video and we made a copy of the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so may I approach the witness? This is the video that you.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that this be admitted as defense exhibit. I think it's 4.
7.
7. I'm sorry.
Any objection as to D7 all purposes by the state?
No, sir.
All right, if you would please bring it up and let's mark it D7. If you bring it to the court reporter, we admit D7 all purposes.
Your Honor, we would like to publish this to the jury at this time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Levingston, would you assist him?
Where's that? Okay, up here, take a right. Huh?
Stop sign. Turn right onto Ashton Way. Then the destination is on your right. Please north of the sun.
I'm this way, so I don't before I come on, put it this way.
Killing out. So show me how to see now. What's this thing about?
The destination is on the right. 214 Ashton Way.
We're not even pull that.
I can't get him up there counting it out with this here.
Well, that's because they got me going around the merry-go-round. Okay.
What are you pushing?
She was all coming out of the area over here on Farmington Boulevard.
We just drove through that call.
She's back here. She's soaking wet.
Yeah, we
Did
just
you jump in the water?
all right.
Good. How are you? All right. Yeah, I know. And now I got a big mess going on. Hold on one second. What y'all want me to do with her? Hey, don't open that door. Oh, I thought you.
Let me get everything else we take photo.
They're telling me take her to investigations and back here, investigation, back here.
Wait, Tyler wanted to make sure we talk to the judge first to see where she gonna go. JDC or here first. I mean, to our hood.
Y'all ain't never done one? Okay.
Hey, they got one for the whole her right and left, or
No, they're labeled. Yeah, open up the one right there. It should have all of them labeled right there. You got to go the other way. Yeah, you got to go the other way. I'm gonna pull right there. Pull right there. Let me back up. Pull right there.
Can I do this? Sure.
Oh, hey, so without being like, there's one thing. She's asking like how everybody's feeling and wanting. She's like, I didn't mean to. All right, so get these. So look, come here. All right, so that's gonna be for your that's gonna be right hand. All right, left hand. All right, so turn them. Look, I'm gonna show you right there. All right, you're gonna do on the right hand. You're gonna do the palm. Okay, I'm just showing you in the back of the hand. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Then whenever you get through, you're gonna turn it in. All right. All right. You're gonna open it, turn it back in. All right. When you turn it back in, then when you get ready to do this, it's right there. Close this and put that over it. Okay. Yes, sir. How you doing? Just back in back. Okay. I agree. All right. Yeah. Let me get it. I got her handcuffed. All right, sweetie. Look. Let me step out real quick for me. All right. Hey, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move on around to the front of you. Okay. I'm gonna move the handcuffs around to the front of you. Okay. All right. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna swab your hands. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And I'll ask you a bunch of questions, but obviously you fired with a pistol, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, look. I need you to hold your hand out like this. I'm gonna do your right hand first, okay? Just your right hand. Just like that.
Swab up here.
What is this?
So GSR, it shows which hand did you shoot with?
Okay.
Which hand did you shoot with? Alright,
I'll go up.
flop the hand, turn the hand over.
Turn it over.
And rub on the outside part around the knuckles.
Where do you want, how do you want to get from? I guess you can put it in my vehicle with my key. The key fob is in my left pocket.
All right, Jeff, so go ahead and turn. All right.
Is my stepdad okay?
I don't know, baby. I can't talk to you about
I'll
this.
just get him.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, please stand. What?
This is the phone. Okay, so, can you take her up to the office on the interviewer?
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I guess, I don't know if you want to hang out or whatever, but the judge wants you to stay at JDC tonight. They've been informed of what's going on, and then she'll be brought over to jail in the morning after she sees the judge.
She has no idea what, she don't even know about her mom. Yeah, I met her. She's like, it's my stepdad, okay?
May we pause it?
Yes.
Okay, we paused it, but the camera had stopped. Why did the camera stop?
Right, the camera's not stopped. It's muted.
Okay.
It's muted. Yeah. The actual camera, in order to mute it, the button's right here, so it covers the lens, but it's still active. It's just it's muted.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong. Beforehand, when I asked you the question of why you had muted it,
correct.
My understanding was you said it was a personnel issue.
Right.
Now, we're muted on the video right now.
Correct.
Right before you muted,
right,
you're talking about Carly doesn't know her mother's dead.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Sustained is deleting, but rephrase your question.
Yes. You saw what you said, remember?
Right, yes.
What were you talking about?
Right then, what I was talking about was she never inquired about her mother. I mean, that's why I was saying that, she only asked about her stepdad. Hence, even when she got out of the car, she asked, how's my stepdad? It was never she never said, is my mom okay? Or anything like that. I assumed that she didn't even know about her mom. And I didn't know the full details of the case whenever I got there.
Okay. So why was it that when I asked you before, you told the jury it was a personnel issue?
Right. Well, whenever it was paused is whenever I began talking about the issue with driving around in a circle out there, coming back and forth. That's why whenever you replay it here, you'll see another deputy going like this. That's because I was talking about that issue.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. You intend to keep asking about the video?
Yeah, just a few more questions.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a document, and you said you're aware. Are you aware of the policies and procedures of the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Okay. Let me let you have this.
Okay.
This is a copy for you.
All right.
And there's a yellow piece of paper, and I believe it's going to be the first page on, it's dealing with it's a policy and procedures of body cams.
I'm familiar.
Okay. Now I want you to turn, it says, and it's actually at the bottom of page, it says page 1 of 4. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And so you have a number 1, it says procedures. And it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay. And so what's number 1?
Deputies shall not keep body worn cameras activated during their entire shift.
Right. And I got to correct myself. I said number 1. I said it's A. And so that would be A, correct?
Okay, A.
And then B is what?
Deputies shall activate the body worn camera to record all law enforcement activities in contact with citizens in the performance of official duty including but not limited to traffic stops, deputy-initiated stops of members of the public, arrest. You may keep going.
Yeah, so it'd be, and you're going to
Okay.
turn to page 2 of
Searches,
4.
interviews and interrogations, warrant service, pursuits, and any other contact with a member of the public that a deputy reasonably believes that may become adversarial.
Now, what's number C say?
I'm sorry. The body worn camera shall remain activated until the event is completed in order to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Now, in this situation, did that occur?
At this situation, I was talking about something different. I was not actively involved in talking to her.
Okay, it says while the event.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so you didn't turn your camera off, correct? So C actually would be correct.
Right. I could have turned it off, I guess, instead of muting it.
Okay, so now read D.
Deputies shall not initiate the mute selection anytime during the body worn camera is activated for recording.
Okay. Now, did you do that?
No, I guess my better option would have been to cut it off.
Okay. Now, what do you do if you fail to, I guess, abide by these rules? Is there a procedure?
Sure. I mean, I'm assuming there is a procedure at that point. I'm sure there's a verbal warning. I'm sure there's things such as that.
Well, let's skip down to number H.
Okay.
What does number H say?
If a deputy fails to activate the body worn camera in situations where recording is required by the sheriff's department policy, fails to record entire contact that interrupts the recording, the deputy shall document why a recording was not made and was interrupted or was terminated.
Now, you did a report in this matter, didn't you?
I don't recall the report. Do you have it?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Is this a copy of your report?
Yes. Yeah, it was brief. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I'm taking this was done at some time when you got back to the station or something.
Right. Well, I mean, date entered. What was this? When did this happen? The 19th? Yeah. So a day later. Yes.
Okay. Your policy says that you're supposed to make an entry if your body camera is ever interrupted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Show us in your report where you did that.
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that his report be entered into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted D8, all purposes.
And we would also
Hang on just a second.
I'm sorry.
Let's get it marked in first, please.
All righty.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, we would also ask that the policy and procedure manual be entered into evidence that he's testified from.
Any objection?
We have no objection to the body worn camera portion of the policy procedure being entered, but I think what Mr. Kemp has is an entire thing, and I think it would be irrelevant and confusing for people.
Your Honor, I can take those we can have just those.
Y'all come modify it and look at it. If you would, please hand that to the bailiff. Y'all walk over there.
No objection to that from the state.
And Your Honor, what we did was for the record, we modified it so it's now a 5-page document. It starts out with just the policy and procedure manual is the first page, and then it goes to the actual policy for the body cam, which is the next 4 pages. It's listed. It's listed as page number 1 through 4.
Any objection to that by the state?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection. D9. Does either side feel the need to introduce the rest for ID?
Not of the name, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
And Your Honor, I can't remember, did we introduce the video, and is that already in evidence? I think it has to be.
D7? Yes.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Before Mr. Camp sits down, in the interest of completion, I would ask that the entire video be played if he's going to play a portion of it.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, under the rule of completeness, if a party plays one part of a statement, the other party can demand that any other part of it that ought to be showed to the jury in fairness be showed. At this time, you can present. Do you want it from the beginning, or do you want it from here, from this point?
Just from here, Your Honor.
All right, hit play. Don't think it is. Play. Yeah, it is.
Well, she came, I saw her coming out of the Farmington there. I was like, hey. I said, and she said, are you the girl that does that? And she was just, yeah, I heard you get on the radio, right? I think I passed you. I was in the damn center thinking, yeah, turn around, come back. And then you were coming out. Yeah. Good licks, Jack. Right time? Yeah, man. I was just there, man.
Hey, this is the kid.
I was coming down Farmington. I went over there and I saw him. And I'm like, hey. She's sucking this way. She goes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's like,
So, what's your check on the phone?
she was up there at the beginning.
At the beginning?
Yeah, at the beginning of Farmington out there.
Yeah. We just came through. Just came through.
Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't see the scene. She said scene.
Cross-examination. Any further questions? Excuse me. Any further questions by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. We're not going to need the video anymore, Your Honor.
All right. Before you start, Mr. Levinson, would you just mind pulling that back out of the way? Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy Shea. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. And just want to ask you a few questions about what Mr. Camp talked to you about, specifically as it relates to the video. Whenever we first heard the video come on, there's a delay in the audio of the video. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why there's a delay in the audio whenever the video first comes on?
Yeah. Well, it backs up. It backs up where you have video only. during a segment there.
So is that just a normal function of the
That
body
is,
worn
and I think since then they've extended it. They've extended that time over, I think, to a couple of minutes now.
So whenever you turn on your video, it just automatically backs up, and there's no audio for that.
That's correct.
You didn't mute your video at that time.
No.
Okay. And of course, we all hear a dog in your truck.
That's correct.
Do you have a dog that rides with you?
I do.
All right. What's his name?
Voodoo.
Right. And in the back of your car, we can obviously hear that. Were Carly and Voodoo separated back there?
Yes.
Okay. And when it first comes on, I hear you say something to the effect of up here on the right. Who were you talking to?
To her.
Was she telling you the directions to her house?
Yes.
Okay. We also heard you say something to the effect that that they've got me out here on a merry-go-round or something along those lines. Were you frustrated with the fact that they had you out there on a merry-go-round?
I was.
Okay. And I think you said something to the fact that they told me to bring her here, then they told me to bring her to the station.
Yeah, I just kept making circles around a median.
Right.
In the middle of Farmington.
At any time when you were out there, did you turn your body-worn camera off?
No.
All right. And you explained to us a little bit earlier, but just again, why was your hand over your camera?
Yeah, so the mute button is over here, and it's just whenever you hold it, your hand goes over it to be able to hold the mute button in. So that's just the way it worked.
At any time, whenever you were in Miss Gregg's presence, did you mute or otherwise turn off your video?
No.
At any time during this, whenever you were dealing with any member of the public or any suspect, did you turn off or mute your body-worn camera?
No.
Did you ever go in Miss Gregg's house that day?
No.
Did Miss Gregg ever say anything to you or ask you anything about her mom?
No. All I got was her stepdad.
Okay. What'd she ask you about her stepdad?
Is he okay?
Did she ever ask if her mom was okay?
No. I never got anything about her mom.
Never said anything?
No.
Did she tell you that she fired with a pistol?
Yes.
She tell you she fired with her right hand?
Yes.
Whenever you muted your camera, who were you talking to then?
I was talking to a couple other deputies. I mean, their names. I mean, Deputy Centel and Deputy Diesel. Yeah, Centel's the one that had his hands up beside him there.
Okay. Did you ever collect any evidence at this scene on March 19th?
No.
Once you took Carly back to the scene, what did you do after that, if anything?
Nothing. Talked to coworkers and waited for somebody to come and get her to transport her.
Did you transport her anywhere after that?
No.
So once you dropped her off there at the scene, you observed the GSR kit being taken.
That's it.
You were done after that.
Done.
David Shack, just to be clear, were you trying to hide, conceal, or cover up anything whenever you muted related to this investigation, whenever you muted your body-worn camera?
No.
Of course it does. Real briefly, Deputy Shack, whenever did you have your body-worn camera on whenever you first encountered Miss Gregg?
No, I did not.
And why was that?
Well, because when I came off of Old Fannin Road onto Farmington, it's a one-way in, one lane both ways. It was right around 5 o'clock traffic. There was cars in front of me. There were cars behind me. I was driving down the road. I spotted her to my right. I immediately put my car in park and hopped out. And I asked her, there were cars backed up behind me at that point. And I asked the brief question that I did to her, and then I immediately put her in my vehicle. I activated my camera whenever I was driving due to the fact that, honestly, I'm not perfect. At the moment, I did not activate it because I was in a hurry to get out there to her. I had a lot of traffic.
Is it fair to say that you were shocked to see her standing there on the side of the road?
That's correct. Yes, because we had people driving around everywhere looking for her.
Right. And you said that you asked her the question that you did, and that you're talking about you asked her.
I just asked her if she was the one involved
Okay.
at the incident that occurred at the house.
And she told you yes. Correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's my stepdad. Okay.
And she told you that she was sorry, and that's what you also put in your report that Mr. Camp showed you that's in evidence, right?
That's correct. Yep. Yes.
Nothing further on it.
For your record.
Let me make sure I'm clear. You're not saying it was okay for you to mute your body cam, correct?
Do what now?
You're not saying that was okay, are you?
I felt like at the time when talking to coworkers, it was okay.
Okay. So, and we just read the policy and procedure.
That's correct.
And it says you are not to do that.
That's correct.
And it says the reason why you're not to do that is to ensure the integrity of the recording, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that didn't happen, correct?
What didn't happen?
You didn't keep it activated to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Right. Yeah, it was activated during my time of dealing with the situation, but when talking to coworkers, no, it was not.
Okay. And you told the jury that it was a personnel issue, but right before your questioning, or right before what you're talking about,
right,
is you make the statement, she doesn't even know what happened. That's on the video.
Okay.
And then you mute it and you put your hand over it. So why is it so important if, according to you, you just don't want us to hear it because it is a personnel issue, according to you?
That's correct.
And then you put your hand over it so we can't even see who you're talking to. Why is that important to make?
Well, it wasn't purposely put my hand over it. The mute button is on the side right here, and that's the way I was holding it, was like that. It wasn't purposely done like that.
Okay. So the video, even though you mute it.
That's correct.
And then we can't see who you're talking to.
That's right.
Okay. And you said it was a personnel issue.
That's correct.
But it wasn't a personnel issue right before you muted.
Correct.
No further questions.
This witness be released by the defense.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
By the state.
Yes, sir.
All right, you stand down. You're free to go or stay.
Thank you.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense would call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let's see. You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before we get started, does either side want to introduce some documents by way of stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, which documents have the parties agreed to admit by way of stipulation?
Your Honor, the parties have agreed to introduce the medical records and school records of Carly Gregg that the doctor reviewed in his mental health evaluation. And also the doctor's CVs. Your Honor, we've also agreed to admit a sketchbook and a journal.
Y'all bring them forward.
So Your Honor, I've got the journal.
Do them one by one. Just state stipulate to the CV of the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Of the defense witness. Okay. Stipulation, CV of Dr. Andrew Clark. The CV of Dr. Ann Clark will be admitted by stipulation as D10. CV of Jason Pickett, stipulate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. This document will be admitted, the CV of Jason Pickett will be admitted by stipulation as S, is it 57?
Oh, yes. 57.
What do we have next?
We have a.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be included in there.
Okay, that's
It should be all,
okay.
it should be everything that had handwriting on it.
Okay, perfect. Journal and sketchbook of Carly Gregg.
Well, journals and sketchbooks recovered from the scene.
Does the state stipulate that these are the journals and the sketchbooks recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Be admitted without objection, any objection by the state.
No, sir.
Be admitted, D11, by stipulation.
The counseling records of Annette Bennett.
Does the state agree to stipulate to the admissibility of the counseling records of Annette Bennett?
Yes,
Yes.
Be moved in, D12, all purposes without objection.
And for the record, those are the only ones that are not date stamped, because those were the only ones not produced, pursuant to a subpoena by us.
All right, what else we got?
The vital core records, which are the medical records and treatments and prescriptions during her detainment at the Rankin County Detention Center.
All right, so with the vital core records, not to discuss in front of the jury detainment. Any objection to these records?
Yes, sir.
State or defense records?
Defense.
All right. Without objection, correct?
Yes, sir.
D13 will be the vital core records.
That's gonna be yours.
These are Kroger pharmacy records.
State bait stamp numbers 805 through 822. Any objection to that by the state?
Everybody's got the motions and subpoenas attached to them, everything that they sent. Just the records. Why don't we just do just the front of that instead of all the correspondence?
Bait stamp documents 811 through 822 are court records. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes, sir. They're not.
And they're not admissible.
They're not a part of the medical record.
All right, mark these. D14 ID only. Excuse me, add bait stamp document 810 to D11 for ID. So the actual records are 805 through 809, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the state agree by stipulation to admit 805 through 809?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need a paper clip.
Those will be marked D14 as a composite without objection. Motion should not be.
Anything that's attached should just be
Motions, transcripts should not be attached. Any objection to 360 through 520 by the state? School records by the defense. This will be marked D15, next in number without objection. School records.
UMC records.
Any objection to state Bates stamp document 775 through 796 by the state?
No objection.
By the
No
defense.
objection, Your Honor.
Admitted D16, all purposes. Records of UMMC.
Blank pages, so that's because they scanned.
Region 8 records.
See, these also contain state Bates stamps number 662 through 683. Any objection by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Those would be marked D17, all purposes. Region 8 records.
Rankin Children's Group.
And these are separated because sorry.
Any objection to state's Bates stamp documents 527 through 558 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
They would be marked D18.
Let's go with that. That's separated, so we better the whole thing.
Precise medical records.
Let's take that off from Craig's side. And one portion of that is going to be Bates stamps, and then the subsequent portion, is that precise?
Yes.
It's not going to be Bates stamps, that's going to be the material that they emailed to each of us last week, so we want to make sure that both of them are ready.
Any objection to these records by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted by way of stipulation D19.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Yes.
This is Crossroads Counseling.
Any objection to the state's Bates stamp document 696 through 699 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted, all purposes D20, Crossroads Medical Records.
Rebecca Kirk's counseling license.
Any objection to Bates stamp pages 661 through 694 by the state? By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted by way of stipulation. What's the defense? What's the next?
21.
D21, all purposes. Anything else that we agree by stipulation by the state?
No, sir.
By the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Andrew Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Okay. And Dr. Clark, what's your current age?
I'm 68 years old.
Okay. And what is your current occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And what, if any, who's your current employer?
I'm currently self-employed. So I have a private practice of psychiatry. I spend about half my time doing treatment of both children and adolescents and adults, and about half my time doing forensic work.
And what, if any, teaching experience do you have?
So I was on the faculty at Harvard Medical School for about 20 years, from 1996 to around 2016, and I taught and supervised residents at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I spent about 5 years at Boston Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the Director of Medical Student Education and Psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach at Harvard Medical School?
So I taught forensic psychiatry as the primary thing that I taught. I taught forensic psychiatry to residents at Boston Medical Center, and I currently teach forensic psychiatry at Boston Medical Center, but just about once a month.
Okay. And where did you attend medical school?
I went to the University of Michigan Medical School and graduated in 1986.
When did you receive your medical license?
In, I believe, 1987.
What, if any, board certifications do you have?
So I have 3 board certifications. I'm certified in adult psychiatry, I'm certified in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I'm certified in forensic psychiatry.
And what, if any, certification have you held in pediatrics?
I trained in pediatrics at Boston City Hospital from 1987 to 1990, and I was board certified as a pediatrician, but I've let that lapse since I don't practice pediatrics.
And what, if any, certification do you have in neurology?
I have no certification in neurology. My psychiatry certification is through the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology.
Gotcha.
But I'm just a psychiatrist.
And when did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
Oh, you're testing me. I think it would have been in 1995 that I was certified in psychiatry.
Now, as you know, lawyers go to law school and not med school because we're not very good at math. But is it fair to say that's roughly 29 years that you've been?
I believe that's correct, yes.
When did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
I think you just asked me.
I'm sorry. When did you receive your board certification in forensic psychiatry?
Oh, I think it would have been around 1996 or 1997.
And when did you receive your board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I believe that would have been 1997.
Okay. And what, if any, residencies have you done?
So I've done maybe too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years, and then I did a 3-year residency in psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I did a 2-year residency in child and adolescent psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital and finished my training in 1996.
And when did you receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry?
I believe it was 1997 that I did, and then it lapsed for a few years, and then I was recertified maybe around 8 years ago or so.
And what, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
So when I was at Massachusetts General Hospital, I was the medical director of the Children and the Law program, which was it's a program of individuals doing forensic psychiatry and psychology. When I was at Boston Medical Center, I was as I mentioned, the director of medical student education in psychiatry, and I was also the medical director of the outpatient psychiatry clinic there. I also had a job at a trauma clinic in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I was the medical director for, I think, 4 years.
And what, if any, experience have you had with the juvenile court?
So I worked for several years at the Boston Juvenile Court Clinic and the Norfolk County Juvenile Court Clinic early in my career. So probably 3 or 4 or 5 years altogether.
And what was your position there?
I was a staff psychiatrist there, responsible for conducting evaluations that were ordered by the court.
And who did you conduct those evaluations on?
Typically on adolescents or younger children who were court involved in some way, either juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to child and adolescent forensic consultations?
Early in my career, I was a member of the Child and Adolescent Forensic Consultation Team in Massachusetts and did a number of evaluations, mostly competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity cases for the state.
What, if any, fellowship positions have you held?
I did a fellowship in infant parent mental health at one point about 10 years ago now, and I'm not sure what else.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness in child psychiatry?
I'm going to guess 150. That's just it's somewhat of a rough estimate, but I've been doing it for 28 years and probably have a couple of handfuls of cases each year.
And how many times have you testified as a forensic expert in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I'd say typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry, and not typically in forensic psychiatry.
What, if any, peer-reviewed papers have you published?
I've published 2 papers in the last 2 years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on juvenile post-traumatic stress disorder.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry.
As established to board our witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Dr. Clark. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. And you and I spoke over Zoom last week, didn't we?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't recognize me this morning because I had a beard last
Yes,
week.
that's right.
All right. Are you? Where do you currently hold an active medical license? In what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
I've passed through here before.
Okay. I got you. And you just told Ms. Todd that whenever you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And what, just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic psychiatry is that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our prior motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise, nothing further.
Any further objection?
No, sir.
All right. The witness will be admitted as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. Hang on just a moment. Rex, one moment. Correct. All right. Now that the witness has been qualified as an expert, I was informed that the circuit clerk has y'all's lunch here today. I don't want, it's 11:46, I don't want that to get cold, all right? Or hot, either way you ordered it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break. Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when y'all are ready. Everyone please remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Dr. Clark, you're going to remain under oath. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody during the lunch break. So 11:47, we'll be in recess till the jury knocks on the door and tells me they're done eating. All right. Anything further from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
And so we are going into recess, and judge didn't give a time. Judge said we are going to recess until the jury knocks on the door and says they're done eating. So we will be here. We will be watching it, and we will come back from recess as soon as it's done. because the judge did not set a specific recess time, I'm going to keep the stream going. It's going to be on the Great Seal of the state of Mississippi, right there. But we will come back with you as soon as they are done with recess. Probably try and get it back in with you a few minutes beforehand. So stick around, don't go anywhere. I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat. You try to do the same, and the jury does the same as well. We'll be back in just a moment to continue coverage here of the Carly Gregg trial. Day 3, expert witness for the defense just got on the stand, Dr. Andrew Clark. He has been admitted as a expert witness, and we will hear from him as soon as recess is done.
You'll hear about some secret life that Carly lived.
The prosecution beginning opening statements by letting the jury know that they aren't here to judge that secret life, but for Gregg's actions on March 19th. That is when the teenager is accused of killing her mother and shooting her stepfather.
So now I want to take you to the real reason we're here. From the testimony of this friend is that he was so worried about Carly's use of smoking marijuana, and so worried about her being high, and so worried about her having these burner phones that her mom didn't know about, that he felt compelled to tell Miss Ashley Smiley that day.
The state says that when Ashley Smiley got home, she searched her daughter's room and found vape pens. They claim this is when Carly Gregg did the unthinkable.
We believe the testimony will show that she peeks her head around the kitchen to make sure that her mom hasn't come out of her bedroom. We believe the evidence will then show that she walked with that .357 Magnum behind her back, walked in to her own bedroom, and then fired 3 shots into her mother, killing her.
The defense laying out their case after.
This is not a whodunit case. We know who took action on March 19th to bring about the death of Ashley Smiley and the injuries to Heath Smiley. However, this is a why case.
Attorney Bridget Todd claims that Gregg was suffering from mental illness like others in her family.
It doesn't matter how many witnesses the state puts on, their story is filled with inconsistencies.
The state's first witness was the dispatcher who answered Carly Gregg's stepfather, Heath Smiley's 911 call.
Okay, sir. Where's your wife? She's dead on the floor of my stepdaughter's room. What's your wife's name? Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley.
Next to the stand was Rankin County Deputy Hunter Lewis. His body cam footage was shown in court as he was the first person to arrive at the Smiley's home that day. Smiley could be heard describing Gregg, who had run away from the scene.
He's a grayish t-shirt. She's got short brownish hair.
So jeans, a gray t-shirt, short brown hair.
The last witness was a juvenile who says that he and Gregg were best friends. He testified that he told the teen's mom about her drug use and her having a burner phone because he was concerned. Later that day, Gregg FaceTimed him and seemed upset. The friend told her not to harm herself or anyone else. The teen says that's when Gregg told him, too late. Home security video shown in court gives an inside look at the actual crime. After shooting her mother 3 times, Gregg can be seen easing back into the kitchen. A juvenile witness testified that Gregg called her. When she got to her house, she says Gregg asked her, "Have you ever seen a dead body? My mom is in there." Gregg then told her that she had 3 more shots waiting on her stepdad.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and I came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face.
After the shooting, Gregg and the teen can be seen running away on another security camera. Heath Smiley, Gregg's stepfather, says she was in therapy and taking medications for anxiety and stress. He claims that he nor his wife were ever afraid of the teen before the shooting, and that day, her behavior was off.
I've never seen anybody like that, even in movies. She was not herself, and like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me.
Despite the shooting, Smiley is still standing by his stepdaughter.
Do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
And how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now.
The prosecution called several more witnesses to the stand, including the Rankin County Deputy Coroner, expert witnesses with the Mississippi Forensic Laboratory, and investigators.
Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet.
And there, we just played for you the reporting that was done by Morgan Harris. She is our reporter that is there in the courtroom. She's there right now, actually. But that was her reports on day 1 and day 2 of this murder trial. So right now, what we are waiting for is for the jury to essentially what the judge said, wait for them to knock on the door and say that they are done with lunch. He did not give a specific time as to when they would return from a recess. He just said to the jury, knock on the door when you're done with lunch, and that's when we're going to get started. So that's what we're waiting for, is for the recess to conclude and court to start back up. When we come back into the courtroom, the expert witness for the defense is on the stand, has already been sworn in. His name is Dr. Anthony Watkins. Let me make sure I'm saying his name. And Andrew Clark. I said that completely wrong, didn't I? Well, there we go. Carly is now back in the courtroom. That means that the jury is either in or soon to follow. So let's go ahead and go back into the courtroom right now so that we can hear from the expert witness, Dr. Andrew Clark.
All right, anything from the state before we begin?
I think the parties have agreed to stipulate also to the CV of Dr. Amanda Guglielmo.
All right. State or defense? State?
State.
Well, state's next, and defense agrees, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state next in number all purposes. All right. Y'all approach it real quick. Jury ready? Bring them in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, this afternoon after lunch. If anybody gets tired, I'm not saying y'all would get tired, but I've seen it happen before. Somebody finds themselves dozing off or head nodding, just stand up for a minute, okay? That's perfectly acceptable. All right. Court has accepted the witness as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. You may begin your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Clark, let me start out by asking you, when we say adolescent, what age range does that include?
I'd say typically the ages of between 12 and 18.
How did you first get involved in this case?
I got involved because Attorney Camp gave me a call somewhere around the middle of August and asked whether I might be available to do an evaluation.
Okay. And what, if any, records did you initially review?
What I did at first, I suggested to Attorney Camp that I might just spend a few hours looking at the initial records that he could provide me before I agreed to go any further. And so Attorney Camp sent me a number of different records. Actually, can't recall specifically which ones they were, but a fair number of records regarding the case.
And do you recall what kind of records these were?
They were treatment records for Carly from her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well. And there were some police reports as well.
Okay. And what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch, there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
Okay. And did that include any sketches?
I believe there was a sketchbook as well, yes.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
So what I did is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested, I wasn't sure that I was going to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my coming down to Mississippi and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No.
And where did you interview Carly?
That was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after the evaluation, my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report, and then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's experts report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes on August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah. Joe, whenever you got to counsel opposite first, unless it's sorry and then.
I'm handing you a copy right there of a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
It was August 29th, 2024.
And is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
No, I'm good, thank you.
And did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
Okay. And does your report include a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Does your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to in regards to putting this report together?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who's Carly's maternal grandmother, on, I believe it would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information and so didn't rely on it in my report and so didn't list it.
So you didn't list it because you didn't rely on it in your report?
Correct.
And does your report include a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes.
Does it also include your opinions?
It does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is.
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
Y'all approach. Just at this time. Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Dr. Clark, you've been tendered as an expert, and did you base your expert opinion on any facts or data that you've been made personally aware of?
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my experience, my knowledge of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
So what I personally observed was my 4-hour interview with Carly, my 90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley. I then reviewed a large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
Okay. And were you able to after observing and
reviewing the records and your interview with Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes. Well,
And is that contained in your report?
yes. Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that's best left, one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business. I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe that I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll approach. Sustained, you may continue.
Dr. Clark, are the interviews you relied upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
Yes. Along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
I'll approach. One more.
That you reviewed and relied on, the same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation, that interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically how such reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion?
Yes.
who would be rendered an expert of that opinion?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Still an objection.
Yes, sir.
Y'all approach.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright, I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic, she was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother, and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
And what, if anything, were you able to gauge about Carly's, having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school. And then in the last perhaps year, developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as staying up past curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion, she snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend. And then in addition, in the last perhaps 6 weeks prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
What, if any, past history of trauma did Carly have?
So Carly had had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that she had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age. And the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening, and it was difficult for her. Secondly, her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing, and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents separated. She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable. At times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
What, if anything, did you learn about Carly's educational history?
So what I learned was that Carly was always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
What, if anything, did you learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time and about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, and her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
And based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
You said earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin to develop mental health issues?
Well, when Carly was young, ages, let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she felt kind of depressed. I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house, and I think somewhat financially strained. This is before Heath Smiley came into their life. She said that was a difficult time. She also reported, well, actually, I think 2 or 3 things. One is, I noted from the records that there were a few occasions when Carly was noted by her therapist to have had intrusive memories or bothersome memories of times with her father. And she was reported on one occasion to have just been minding her own business and kind of idly and having these memories coming back and were bothersome for her. She also reported that she began hearing voices relatively early in her life. Again, the ages 6 to 9, that she began hearing a voice. It was a male voice, unfamiliar to her, that would say things like, "You're better than them." Things that were sort of elitist in a certain way. She reported that that became a constant, not necessarily bothersome, but kind of a constant thing for her. She also reported that, again, early on, that she began to have this experience of feeling distant from the world, as if she was in a dream. Things were sort of foggy for her in that regard. So that she said was kind of a regular, frequent thing that happened to her, again, in this sort of ages 6 to 9 period of time.
You just used the phrase intrusive thought. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say intrusive thoughts?
Yes, I'll try not to get into jargon too much, but intrusive thoughts is one symptom of post-traumatic stress. And I'm not diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but people that have experienced trauma that haunts them afterwards sometimes have the experience of, especially when they're not paying much attention or when their guard is down, the memories will come back and in a bothersome way. All of a sudden, they'll just recall whatever it was, and it'll be upsetting for them. So, and for some people, they can be really bothered by it. It can be very problematic for some folks. But so it's considered to be a post-traumatic symptom, and that Carly seemed to have had in the aftermath of her difficult experiences with her biological father.
Based on your evaluation, was there a period of time in which Carly's mental health issues began to be more significant?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So beginning from around the age of 9 or so, what Carly reported was that she began to feel depressed, that the auditory hallucinations, meaning that she was hearing voices, that those continued, that these experiences of feeling like the world wasn't real continued. And then somewhere between the ages of 9 and 11, the depression continued, and she then began to cut herself. And as I understand it, she'd been cutting herself for about 2 years, so starting around the age of 12, that she would, on a fairly regular basis, make superficial cuts on her thighs as a way to help manage her anxiety and distress. And
go ahead.
I'd be happy to talk about just cutting, right, which is a relatively common phenomena that typically teenagers engage in, not so much in a way to try to kill oneself or to injure oneself, but as a way to cope with feelings that are too much to handle. So it's kind of a maladaptive way of coping with feelings, and often it's a reflection of some level of either depression or anxiety or just mental health struggles.
And based on your evaluation, about when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until December of 2023. So just last December that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
Were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
So the other behaviors that the parents learned about at that time was that Carly had been using I think an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps, to text with friends, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her parents' knowledge or consent, and Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had Carly begun to experience with sleeping at this time?
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smiley confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep, and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
And is that harmful to take 2 melatonin tablets?
You know, the dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data to support it, but it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that is that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin. But again, it's over the counter. And I think as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned, no regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up late using this burner phone, I'll say in addition, the other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those three things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician. The pediatrician made a referral. Carly had an evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January of 2024 and March of 2024?
So there were two parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy, right? So Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk. And Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her good to talk to, compassionate. She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk and felt that she could be open with her. And so they met every week. In addition to that, Carly met with a prescriber early in January and was begun on antidepressant medication. So the prescriber at Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What is an adjustment disorder?
So adjustment disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just bash it back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry. All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to bill the insurance company for a visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think of it as relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot of ground.
And what is major depressive disorder?
So major depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness.
How is depression different than feeling sad?
So we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your energy, your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite. Your ability just to enjoy things. People sometimes feel their whole body has slowed down. And then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when the depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness. And it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder then are prescribed psychiatric medication and antidepressants in particular to try to treat it.
And you mentioned that Carly was first put on Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name. It's an SSRI, specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor medication. It's an antidepressant, and it's widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And how did that medication seem to affect Carly?
It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or the other.
What if any course of treatment was changed at that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for adolescents to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported both to me and to the clinician that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with the depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that's a very common reaction. I feel as if I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied was the
Zombied.
term.
And what, if any, medication was Carly changed to after Zoloft?
So at the follow-up visit on March 12th with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication to one called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify up front ahead of time who's going to respond to which medication. And there can be a lot of individual variability. So one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft, and the next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac. And it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so the clinician at that point in time on March 12th prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, I guess, right? Cold turkey is not quite the right term because she didn't have withdrawal symptoms, but she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th because she didn't want to take it anymore. And maybe she didn't quite understand the instructions. So starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
And was there a point in time when a prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac?
I believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss Smiley, told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she'd become suicidal quite immediately, and so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
How did Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage
After her medication changed?
So there were a number of things going on by March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks. However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
And what did you learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana. She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told the clinician at the correctional center she may have smoked up to 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and to help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was at school.
And why was it that Carly turned to the marijuana usage?
So what I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. Which I think it's a very common reason for adolescents with mental health difficulties to begin smoking marijuana.
Would that typically be described as self-medicating?
Yes.
And in your experience, is that something people tend to do when they're experiencing symptoms of, Any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I mean, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially, listen, my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when the medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged. And it's like, and they smoke marijuana, and at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
Based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, how was the marijuana likely to have caused or affected her symptoms?
So I have a lot of patients that smoke marijuana, I will say. It's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference. And so typically with individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic performance begin to suffer at this time?
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. She said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day, she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you in regards to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
Okay. What were your conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They had diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. It wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, or what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, you're full of energy, you feel good, you're confident, you're funny, you're thinking fast, you're smart, you're on top of the world. People actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to psychiatrists complaining that they've been hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem, the depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens when you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication. They can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania. And part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you're at much increased risk of having it yourself. So a teenager with depressed mood with a parent with bipolar disorder is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular, discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had these clear-cut states and had been having them for a number of years. She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years, how much of your time have you spent in any state? What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state, and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar II disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach? Dr. Clark, did you also review Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
I'm going to pass you a copy of those documents. Can you tell me what the exhibit number of that is?
Defendant's Exhibit 19.
And what records are those?
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
Okay. And if you'll see at the very bottom, there's a little red state versus Carly Gregg,
Yes.
and with numbers. If you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on this page?
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I imagine, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you ask a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas. And then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
Is this something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
Okay. And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1 is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Did these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And Will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples, being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12 for me?
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts, impulses, or images that you couldn't get rid of that were unwanted, distasteful, inappropriate, intrusive, or distressing?
And how did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of precise medical records?
What really stood out to me was their question about have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication, and this is, I understand this to be a question that really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And Carly answered yes to that. And I saw no evidence in the records from Precise Clinical that they had followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons. And one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior, and teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you. There's some things that are maybe easier to diagnose than others, but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. What I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager and talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you some privacy. You deserve some privacy, but if issues come up that really affect your health or safety or significantly affect your welfare, we got to pull your parents in. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that the really serious stuff, the parent's going to get pulled in.
And what, if any, concerns did Carly already have about having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, you're going to end up just like your father. And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric illness. So Carly reported to me that she really wasn't worried that she might have a serious psychiatric illness.
Did Carly see her father as a successful person?
No.
Based on your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. there are a lot of people that engage in denial, that they just don't want to believe that they have a condition, and they like to think that they can kind of soldier through, and they say to themselves that it's really not that bad. A lot of, I think, teenagers in particular, again, are worried that their parents are going to find out, and it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital if they're especially around things like suicide. I'm talking about suicidal thoughts, but just in general, they worry that you're going to lock me up in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly anytime you talk about psychosis, I think it's a very big deal for most people to try to come to terms with that, because they worry, understandably, about what it means, what the future might hold for them.
Based on your evaluation of Carly and your interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know when they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. And it's a skill that most teenagers develop. And especially, if a teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example, they may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face, that she's able to put on a good face even when things are quite difficult. And I think I saw evidence of that in reviewing the records.
And what do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, in part to her. Well, actually, I understand Carly to have, from an early age, had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her mother not worry so much. And so that she did lots of things like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. So I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's bright maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality where she's very good at putting a smile on her face and functioning reasonably well.
During your interview with Carly, how would you say that she minimized her symptoms, or did she overplay them?
Oh, I'm sorry.
During your interview with Carly, did you find that she minimized her symptoms, or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
In my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she really led with this idea that she was doing just fine. And I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked harder with her than I usually do with adolescents in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
Now, are auditory hallucinations or hearing voices typically what someone with bipolar 2 disorder is going to be experiencing?
No. The short answer is no. It's not usual for someone with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices. Sometimes people that get very depressed can experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that. People that are manic can absolutely experience auditory hallucinations. They can become very psychotic, but otherwise it's really not at all common.
And based on what you reviewed in preparing for your evaluation of Carly, were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Yes.
Okay. Where?
So the document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach? We put Carly's journal into evidence. I'll just hand you that. Now, you mentioned a journal entry from March 12th.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, "I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy." And then she goes on to say, "I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I can't decide!" Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach? Did you also have an opportunity to review a sketchbook that Carly had?
Yes.
And that sketchbook has been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in Carly's sketchbook that you reviewed in preparing for her interview and evaluation stood out to you?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
Okay. What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, "Anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer." And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling. And it says, "Please help me. Please help me. I don't something. I'm sorry." And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph. And I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Miss Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes. And they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed having written it.
Okay. And could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
I actually don't recall whether this is in a sketchbook or in a different journal. It's the one titled April 7th.
Okay. And what about that entry concerns you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023. So April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, "I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help." And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping a journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's worried. She was worried about her mental health at this point in time.
What, if anything, did Carly disclose to you about her father having schizophrenia?
So Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but really was the bipolar diagnosis that she was most clear about.
So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
Can you tell the court a little bit about what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations. Also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently, people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think, fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric diagnoses.
You talked about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what psychosis is?
Yes. So psychosis is a psychiatric condition. I think I define it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those are hallucinations. But people can also have disorder of thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
And what do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is where, normally our thoughts go from one thing to another, and they're reasonably well connected, and there's an element of a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other. Things don't connect. They'll start talking about one thing, and then they'll make a jump to another thing, they'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
What, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly told me that for at least the last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake, at times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for, on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she'd been doing these things for at least a couple of years. And so she was having, if I may, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself, hearing voices, and sleeping difficulty, all, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Can you tell the court what disassociation means?
Dissociation is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness, memory, body sensation, and connection with the world, which may not mean a lot. Dissociation can be both very mild and quite severe. Mild dissociation, which I think almost all of us have experienced can include things like just spacing out, right? If you're like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit or you get home and you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation. Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or that they're just not engaged. They can feel they're just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder, where people, for example, let's say someone who's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever in Iraq or whatever, wherever it might be, and that can be very, very distressing for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fugues, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take the train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you get these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are, they're like, I have no idea. And then for many of them, their sort of sense of themselves will come back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a somewhat controversial diagnosis, but there are certainly people who experience, I think on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals, I think, really do struggle from a psychiatric point of view. Dissociation is most typically thought of as the result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that it's a protective mechanism. So that let's say a child that's being sexually abused, right? During the abuse might just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the, I guess, models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And can you explain the significance of bipolar 2 disorder and dissociation and the auditory hallucinations?
Oh, so in the period of time up until March 12th, Carly reported that her mood was flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more prominent, and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over for her. Now, she told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that's the only thing she told me they said. So her mood is poor, the voices are getting worse. Her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported that she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time as well.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, when did you first receive the vital core records?
So I received the vital core records, or the records from the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I had returned to Boston and got the records afterwards. So I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Core from the subpoena. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Yes.
A copy of the vital call records for Carly, beginning I think March 28th, 2024.
Okay. And are those the same records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th, and then again a month later, that she'd been having command auditory hallucinations.
What are command auditory hallucinations?
So hallucinations, auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of different content. They're often critical, for example. But command auditory hallucinations is when you hear a voice that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voices will often, when you have a person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on them. I had asked Carly several different times whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively each time. So I was surprised to see that she had told the Vital Core clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
And based on the records you reviewed, when did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly? So
Carly reported these command auditory hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is that Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was continued on Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report auditory hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that, she said the hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So on March 28th, she reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams. And the Lexapro was stopped. So those two medication changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
What dosage, was her dosage of Abilify raised at any point again?
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify, and that's what the records would reflect starting in July.
And what stood out to you about that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. Can be a very potent medication, can be very sedating. And typically what I see with adolescents, especially those that have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, that she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose unless they've either have really significant behavioral problems and been on a lot of antipsychotics before, or they have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia.
Okay. And what is the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used to help with kind of emotional overload. It's used to help, it's a mood stabilizer. But 10 to 15 milligrams a day is kind of the typical upper limit.
What, if any, issues, when you spoke with Mr. Smiley, what, if any, issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues.
Can I apologize for just
Yes.
one? I actually had not finished answering your last
I'm sorry, go
question.
ahead.
No, I'm sorry. If I may, you had asked me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking. And so what I took from that is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations. I thought, I have to think, is she malingering here, right? Isn't this convenient that she's coming up with this story now after she's been arrested, right? That's like probably the central question. I would think if she was malingering, she'd be leading with this. The voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down with me. So the fact that she had it and now was saying no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for some secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who's, let's say, has an opioid addiction might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to they'll make it up in order to get opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault, right? Obviously, she has a lot of incentive. And so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it?
And
I'm still giving a long-winded answer to your
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
question. Her being on Abilify, I think is very important. And the fact that Carly reports, and she's been very consistent about this, once she got on Abilify and once the Lexapro was stopped, she's felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying this works for me. So I think that's striking. The auditory hallucinations or the disappearing auditory hallucinations are striking. And then the third thing is Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful. From April through May and then June. And then since July or August, her mood was much better. She still, I think, misses her mother tremendously, she said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually, preparing for this yesterday and I was reading this and I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression. A pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder has mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of agitation, it's followed by a crash. That they will frequently, for some people really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at how awful Carly felt for those 2 or probably 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that, to me, that's very consistent with a pattern of, again, bipolar depression that comes in after having had a manic or a hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been, having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think that's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time, and then how much better she felt relatively quickly by the end of the summer, where she's still in the same circumstances as she was before. What I take from that is there's likely a biological component to that. I'm not saying she didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
And Is Abilify the first time, based on your interview of Carly and the records you reviewed, that she was put on an antipsychotic medication?
Yes. And as I mentioned, Abilify can have significant mood stabilizing properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like Abilify are frequently used to help stabilize someone's mood.
And what, if any, other medications was Carly also on after she arrived to the Rankin County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived. And then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams. And then she was on the Lexapro 10 milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in both teenagers and adults.
Okay. And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities but real differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently one to the other, can have different side effects one to the other.
And before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
So there's something called personality traits. And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder, are conditions in psychiatry that are supposed to represent an enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like bred in the bone, right? For someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis in a way that doesn't work for them or the people around them, they can be given the diagnosis of a personality disorder. For people that want to kind of point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as, say, a personality disorder, they can talk about personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe 2 things. One is they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice, and it can be really stigmatizing. I mean, if you say, and what are you going to say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview with them, but it's about how they are over time in many different settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you observe in Carly?
So I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. I mean, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of kind of adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous, referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology of callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to have serious problems with the law, individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel, and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observations of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would, no.
And so what, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse, that she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house. She'd smoked some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled. She was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike anything she'd had before, and that after about 20 minutes it passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
And how can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used antidepressant could have such an impact on Carly's symptoms so quickly?
So the SSRI medications are widely used, generally considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and most adolescents do just fine with them. They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they do, but there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality, right? So there's a small number of individuals, it's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They had not been suicidal before. They're given a medication like Prozac, and all of a sudden they get suicidal. So the Food and Drug Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's a thick, heavy black box that says, warning, you need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say, in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop it immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may, yes, for an individual, as I testified to earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is going to make them worse, going to make their mood swings worse. It's going to aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes. And I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. And sometimes it can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had woken up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class the first time that had happened. That she went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. And so that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day, and that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they drove home as usual, that when they got home, Carly went to the backyard to let the dogs out, and that her memory went blank at that point. And that her memory came back as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
Now, Dr. Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything, stood out to you about that?
I think the only thing that stood out was that it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall what her response
I actually
was?
didn't hear that particular response.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. She missed her mother very much, and that she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly, and the family members that you spoke to?
Yeah, so I think I have maybe 4. So just to say, number 1, her mood disorder, right? So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, and it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia, spectrum, and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, "Oh, you're better than that guy." I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than "Oh, you're better than that guy." I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory hallucinations shortly after she was arrested. I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. So I'm not even sure that we've talked about. All to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of what I would call psychosis. I think that I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say, I think with some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
And is it fair to say that transitioning off of Zoloft could have contributed to the worsening of the symptoms Carly was experiencing?
I don't think so. The reason I say that is that typically when people stop a medication like Zoloft abruptly, and she wasn't on a very big dose, what they can experience are these withdrawal effects that are almost the flu-like illness, headache, achiness, brain zaps, but it doesn't typically worsen a mood disorder, for example, or worsen a thought disorder. So I don't think coming off the Zoloft likely had much of an impact one way or the other. Carly told me that she did not experience withdrawal symptoms coming off.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you associate to Carly in the form of disassociation?
So what I understood was that Carly had this really kind of low-grade dissociative experiences for a number of years where she felt distant from, the world was dreamy, a sort of sense of unreality that had been persistent, but hadn't necessarily been a significant problem, but enough to, I think, give her the diagnosis. So I think it was other specified dissociative disorder. She didn't meet criteria, kind of the full criteria for major league dissociative disorder, but I think it had been there.
And does a person are they always aware of when they're dissociating?
No. I mean, some people are, and at other times people dissociate and just, for example, lose track of time. Like 10 minutes will have gone by and all of a sudden they'll just like, what have I been doing? So I think for many people with dissociative disorders, it's just confusing for them. They don't quite know what to make of it, but they know that somehow their life doesn't quite fit together very well.
And can you explain acute dissociative reaction to a stressful event?
So, yes. So what I think happened on March 19th is the following, that Carly was, at that point, really in a mental health crisis, that she was having significant mood swings made worse by the Lexapro, that the voices were getting more and more of a problem for her, that she had documented in a journal entry on March 12th that the voices were very problematic for her, that she was having these dissociative episodes, and that day in particular, she wasn't able to pay attention in school. I take that as a reflection of her worsening psychiatric state. So I really see her as having been in a psychiatric crisis. And then her mother finds out that she's been smoking marijuana. And for Carly, I think for any teenager, it can feel like the end of the world. I think for Carly in particular, she so cared about her mother's approval. She's so worried about her mother being worried about her that for her, this was a crisis. And so an acute dissociative reaction is something that it's a DSM-5 diagnosis that occurs when an individual is triggered by some significant stress and they dissociate, meaning that they go off in some way, they're not fully there, even though they might on the surface act like they're kind of there. And they often suffer a period of amnesia throughout this period of time. The amnesia can last from a few hours to a few days. And then they will kind of come to.
So can a person be experiencing this state but still seem functional to others? Yes.
They can. And I think about, for example, people who have these dissociative fugues where they travel. And people don't, I mean, they manage to travel, they manage to get themselves across the country or whatever it is, but they don't necessarily look as if they're terribly impaired.
And can a person be in a dissociative state and say, send a text message?
Yes.
Can they call a friend?
Yes.
Can they go to school and sit at their desk?
Yes.
And how long do these dissociative states typically last?
I don't think there's a typical to it. Dissociative states can be very brief, or they can be quite prolonged. You know, I mean, it can be 2 minutes, or it could be hours, or it could be days, or it could be years.
And what, if any, association is there between acute dissociative reactions to stressful events and violence?
So many people that engage in violent acts report that they were dissociating at the time and have no recollection of it. It's actually fairly common. And one of the hard questions is, how many of these people are really dissociating, and how many are just saying it because it helps them to escape blame, or how many just can't stand to think about what awful thing they just did. So that's the hard question. But the answer is that it's not at all uncommon. It is known that people do this, that people engage in violence while in a dissociative state. And there's certain characteristics that are thought to be more likely to make this the real deal dissociation rather than malingering. And those characteristics include a past history of dissociation, a sudden stress, sudden significant stress, often a close relationship with the individual whom you are violent, toward whom you are violent, strong emotional reaction, and no prior planning, no prior threats, and the absence of history of, I guess, criminal or antisocial behavior. So those things are all thought to be consistent with or suggestive of a real dissociative reaction rather than someone just making it up.
And how closely does Carly fit into those risk factors?
I think Carly really fits all of them. The one caveat, I guess, the one thing I'd say is one other risk factor. People that engage in dissociation where it's thought to be the real deal, it's said to be more likely to have patchy amnesia, where they remember some things, not remember other things. And for Carly, it seems more like a total amnesia. So that's the one thing that doesn't fit, but the other factors all tend to fit.
And what is your process for arriving at your opinions?
So my process is to try to gather as much information as I can in as neutral and objective way as possible without coming to any conclusions. So I just want to take the information in. I do my interviews, I ask the questions, I look at the records, I try to get as much as I can, and then I sort of sit down, and it's almost as if I have the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, right? I got the pieces in place, and then what I try to do is come up with a hypothesis that fits the pieces. And what I try to do is look at alternative hypotheses, like maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Let's look at what fits the information that I have.
What, if any, other hypothesis did you rule out?
So I think two other ones that I ruled out in particular. One is that Carly may have just panicked, right? That she's emotionally fragile. This is a big deal that her mother finding out, that in the moment, and she's a teenager, right? In the moment, she just panicked and did something heedless. The problem I have with that, one problem is, when I saw the video of the kitchen at 4:10 in the afternoon, you hear the shot, she comes in, she looks to me to be cool and collected and unemotional. I would have expected, had she panicked, that she would be quite agitated and emotionally aroused. I didn't see that at all. And then I see her engaged in this plan to shoot her stepfather, which makes no sense to me. If she had panicked and done this with her mother, why in the world? I mean, even that is, somewhat incomprehensible. But why in the world would she then plan an hour later to shoot her stepfather? That makes no sense to me. Why would she invite friends over to the house? So to me, her emotional flatness in particular, and the sort of the continuation of the plan, just didn't make any sense. The other hypothesis that I considered is that she's callous, right? That she's just, that's for some reason she had it in for her mother and thought her mother deserved it, right? She just decided she was going to do this. The problem I have with that is that so much of what she did seems senseless. That both, like taking down the video camera and putting it in the refrigerator makes no sense to me. That planning to shoot her father, her stepfather, makes no sense. That having friends come over makes no sense. So to me, and that goes against everything that I know about who Carly is, right? There's nothing in her past history that would indicate that she has the capability of doing something like that in such a callous way. So those are the two other hypotheses. And so I put this together, acknowledging that it's not perfect, right? It's a hard situation, and not everything lines up. But I'll say that I mean, the whole situation is sort of perplexing and difficult. For me, this is the hypothesis that best fits the information that I have. And I think Carly has a much more severe psychiatric illness than anybody realized, and that she was able to acknowledge, or even that she's able to acknowledge today. And that combined with her history of dissociation sort of created this terrible situation.
And Dr. Clark, based on your interviews and evaluation of Carly, your review of her medical and school records, your conversations with her that you've heard from friends in the courtroom, and also seeing her right after she'd been picked up by law enforcement on March 19th, and in her conversations with her stepfather, and you've already stated that Carly's a very intelligent child. How do you make sense of someone with Carly's intelligence, if she had planned to do this, not taking the video camera down early on before texting her stepfather or engaging in any other activities?
So I will say, I don't make too much of Carly's intelligence. I think she's bright, but she's also a teenager. But it seemed, I think it's pretty clear, this is not some well planned out scheme that she had put together. Nothing about this looks like a well planned out scheme.
And what is Carly's understanding of what she had done?
I think Carly's understanding is that she doesn't remember, but she thinks that she must have done it. I think that's her understanding. I don't think she has any more insight than that.
And on one hand, Carly appeared calm and cheerful with the dogs when she got home, and then kind of engaged in this senseless plan and hid the video camera in the refrigerator. Does that fit a psychopathic model?
So I guess that psychopaths, we'll use that phrase, are capable of having a really poorly thought out plan. For me, what doesn't fit the psychopathic model is what we know about her emotional and psychological. What we know about her emotionally and psychologically. We know that she cared for her mother. We know that she cared for her stepfather. We know that she cared for her friends. We know that she wanted to do well. We know that she had not engaged in criminal behavior of really insignificant sort. That's what doesn't fit the psychopathic model.
And Dr. Clark, are you aware of, based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, do you believe that Carly was able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
And based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe she understood the nature and quality of this act on March 19th at that time?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I have no further, we tender the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take our afternoon break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. All right, record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Todd, I was not cutting you off. I want to make that clear. Are you sure you rested with this witness?
We actually, we witnessed it.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I apologize. I had a juror signaling me pretty heavily he needed to go to the restroom. So I was just trying to make that happen. Dr. Clark, you're going to be free to move about. You can go to the restroom. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. It is 2:30. We will be in recess till at least 2:45.
And we are, excuse me, going to recess. You can see Carly Gregg there leaving the courtroom. Jury just left the courtroom. And according to the judge, they're going to be in recess until at least 2:45. At that point, what's going to happen is the doctor, the expert witness, will come back in, and I imagine that the state will then cross-examine him. Once that testimony is done, then we'll hear if Carly is going to be taking the stand. Does she choose to take the stand? She was asked earlier today, at the very beginning of trial today, if she would be taking the stand, if that was something that she wished to do. And Carly told the judge that she wanted to wait until testimony was given. So she could still take the stand. We don't know. Let's talk a little bit about what the doctor said there. And it's going to be hard to summarize almost 2 hours of a testimony because he was on the stand for a good while. Let's summarize this 2 hours of testimony the best that we can. Okay, so one thing that we learned was that Carly was on Zoloft. Then before she, right before the incident happened with her mother, when her mother was shot and killed, she was switched over to another medication. Now, when you are on a antidepressant, you have to titrate down off of it. That's the medical term for it, what it's called. You titrate down. When you are stopping taking that medication or you're slipping to another one, you titrate down on it. The doctor said that Carly told her that she just stopped taking the Zoloft without titrating down. She was taking another antidepressant at the time, Lexapro, but when you're switching from one medication to the other, you're supposed to titrate down. You can have some very big issues with your mental status when you don't do that. So that was something that Carly told the doctor. Now, one thing that the doctor said that really stuck out to me when he was talking about the drawings that Carly had did, or some of the one of the journal notes, drawing things that she did. He talked about how she was writing, and her writing looked normal at first, as her average writing, and then it was almost like the writing changed. He called it primitive. So he said the writing went to like a primitive form. It changed. He also said that when speaking with Heath, that Heath talked about that Carly and her mother, I'm sorry, Heath and Ashley, Carly's mother, and saw the drawings, saw the change in her writing, and they noticed all that. They spoke with Carly about it. But Heath also mentioned that he never saw anything different, never saw any issues, never saw any problems. But the doctor did testify that Heath told him that they did notice this. He also talked about when he spoke on Carly stopping the Zoloft without titrating down. Heath had testified that Ashley was giving Carly her medications, so you would think that Ashley would have had her titrating down as the doctors told her to do when she was taken off of that medication. So that was one thing, a little inconsistency that stood out to me. He also made them mention that he believes that Carly can put on a good face. And he was speaking to that as if, faking, not faking, but hiding the symptoms of depression, hiding the things that you can feel, things that are going on inside of you, inside of your head. You can hide it. You can put on a good face so that nobody around you knows what is going on. The doctor also talked about how Carly was on Lexapro when she went into, when she was arrested. They increased that dosage, but then gave her, ended up switching her to Abilify, but a 10 milligram dose. And the doctor said that was a very high dose for someone of Carly's age. So then Abilify is an antipsychotic medication. Lexapro is an antidepressant medication. Two completely different types of medications. They do two completely different things with the brain chemicals. Now, one thing we learned from the doctor's testimony, from talking to Carly, according to the doctor, according to Carly, but Carly told the doctor that her mother knew that she was smoking marijuana that day, the day of the murder, the day of the attempted murder. When school was out, Carly went to her mother's classroom to get a ride home, and Carly's mother, Ashley, told her that she knew she was smoking marijuana. A lot of questions have been asked. Did Carly know that her mother knew? Was this talked about before Ashley was in Carly's room looking for this stuff? Well, now we know at the very least that Ashley Smiley let Carly know that she was aware of her smoking marijuana. Carly also told the doctor that her memory blanked after they got home. She said they arrived home. They remember coming inside. Carly remembers taking the dogs outside, but that Carly's memory stopped at that moment. Then Carly told the doctor that her memory didn't come back. She didn't realize where she was, what was happening, until she was crawling out of the ditch. And she'd seen the police officer who stopped and ended up arresting her. Well, thinking back to the body cam footage that we showed, or that was showed earlier today in court, the officer said in the body cam footage that Carly came walking up to him going, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." That makes me question if Carly's memory did stop, if her memory blanked, if she did not remember what happened between her taking the dogs outside and her crawling out of the ditch. Why was she saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," when she was going up to the police officer? When the police officer asked her about, are you involved? Are you a part of what's happening over here? And she's saying yes. How would she know? How would she know that if her memory had blanked? Those are some things that I noticed in this coverage today, in this testimony. So there was a lot. He said a lot. I think we can all agree. He said a lot. I am anxious to hear the state's cross-examine of him and to see the questions that they ask. And according to the attorney, Bridget Todd, Carly's attorney, earlier today, she stated that there was going to be, they had they had two more witnesses. They still had to speak with the deputy that came in, the one that had the body cam footage, the one that arrested Carly. They still needed to speak with him. And then the expert witness that was just on the stands. According to them, that was the only other witnesses they had for the day. Unless Carly chooses to testify, this could be the last witness of the trial. This could be turned over to the jury after the state is done with this expert witness on the stand. So we are here. We are watching it with you guys. Yes, Morgan Harris here saying Carly Gregg might testify after. Yes, and so I am anxiously curious, if that makes any sense. Anxiously curious as to what will happen and what Carly's testimony could be if she got on stand, and what she could be saying. I'm very interested to hear her take from her own mouth on what happened that day. Will it happen? We don't know, but we are interested in hearing that. Tammy Johnson says that he told a lot of lies. I think maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Looking here at all of your comments. Christine says, I think anyone in her position would say their mind stopped. It didn't stop when she hid the gun from the camera. It didn't stop when she shot her mom and then text her stepdad so she could plan to kill him. It didn't stop when she ran. I can see exactly where you're coming from with those. How did she know her friend's phone number if her memory went blank? Another thing someone pointed out earlier that I brought up and I want to bring up again because this brought to my remembrance here with you is someone asked earlier if she had a mental lapse, if she had a moment of insanity, then how did she not attack, for lack of a better word, attack her friend that came over? If she was having that mental lapse, then how did she not have a mental lapse on her friend? As a thought, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm a news reporter here. I'm a digital news desk host. So, but that's a question that it brings up. It's a very big question that it brings up. So there's a lot of questions here. Coming back, seeing all of your questions. Says she remembered which hand she used to pull the trigger on that gun. And actually, Sandra, in the body cam footage, and I can pull it up and play it for you if we have another recess. You can also find that on our website. We will have the complete body cam footage there for you. However, but what I want to say there is you say she remembered which hand she used to pull the trigger. Actually, when they were starting to do the ballistics test on her, or not the ballistics test, but the GSW test on her hands, the officer asked her, what hand did you shoot the gun with? And she started to say right, or the officer started to say right, but I clearly remember Carly going, I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember. So I know that the officer said that she said that she knew which hand, but if you listen back to the body cam footage, Carly actually answers that question that he asked her of what hand did you use? She says, I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember. So she actually did not remember, at least in that body cam footage. It says that she did not. Destiny said but knew to hide the gun. She did not hide the gun because the gun, that gun that she used to shoot her mother was the same gun that she used to shoot her stepfather, and her stepfather wrestled the gun away from her. So her stepfather had the gun, and he ended up setting it down on the kitchen counter. Carly, as Carly was running out of the house after she had shot him the first time. So she actually did not know to hide the gun. She did, however, know to hide the kitchen security camera. That was hidden, according to the stepfather's testimony. That was hidden, and he found it in the refrigerator behind the water bottles. The only people that were in that house when the recordings were happening on the security camera was Carly. So she knew to hide the security camera. The gun, though, she did not hide the gun. April said, are they on a break? I had to drive. I missed the last end of the doctor. They are on a recess. When they come back, the state will be cross-examining the expert witness, assuming they're going to cross-examine him. They could say they have nothing to say to him, but I sincerely doubt that is going to happen. Let's see. Let's roll down. Good question. If her memory blanked, how does she know to ask how stepdaddy was, and why did she not ask how her mother is? Like, she knew something had happened. Her brain, there was not a complete blank of memory there, because she knew something had happened. She knew something had happened involving her stepfather. She did not even ask about her mother. She came up to the officer, according to the officer statement in the body cam video, saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So, yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot. So let's look. I'm looking at all of y'all's questions. Yes, she said, I don't remember talking about when what hand she used to shoot the gun with. Leela has a really good point. Said, I have a lot of health issues and on a lot of anxiety medication, and I don't want to harm anyone. The thing is, with the way that medications work, the mental and the way they mess with your brain chemicals, it affects everyone differently. Even the doctor said on the stand there that Lexapro can affect one person this way, and it can affect another person a completely different way. And then you can have Zoloft that can affect one person one way, and Zoloft affects another person completely differently. It's all in the person's individual brain chemistry and how that particular prescription works with the brain chemistry. So, that could be the point to that, is you take the medications. They may not bother you, but they could bother someone else. Everybody reacts differently to all of that. Chelsea said, don't we all have a little voice in our head? Some of us call that a conscience. I don't know. Let's see. Lana's asking, is today the last day of the trial? We don't know. At the very beginning, they stated that the trial could last anywhere from 3 to 5 days. We are on day 3. The last witness was called to the stand, and that was the defense expert witness. He was called to the stand. However, Carly Gregg could make the decision to testify for herself. If that happens, I expect that we will have another day of trial. Have another day of trial. We do still have to hear the cross examination of the expert witness here in just a few minutes, which it is 2:46 actually now. Right now, the judge said they would be in recess until at least 2:45, so they should be heading back into the courtroom in just a minute. You all have wonderful comments. She asked about the stepfather because she knew her mother was dead. Matt Porter asking, what was the time frame of all the medication changes? So according to what the doctor testified to just a second ago, he said that she was on Zoloft, and on March the 12th, I believe is the date that he said. I know that it was within a week of the murder happening. But he said that Carly had told him that she was on Zoloft, and then on March, I believe the 12th, that she was switched over to Lexapro. She should have been titrating down off of her Zoloft at that time. Even though she wasn't on a high dosage, she still should have been titrating down off of that. But what Carly did was she stopped, according to Carly's testimony to the doctor, Carly stopped that Zoloft and did not titrate down off of it, did not slowly back off of it and slowly get that out of her system, and then slowly build up her tolerance or the other medication in her system. She just started taking the Lexapro and stopped taking the Zoloft. So, and that change was the stop of Zoloft was on March the 12th. Looking, you guys have got a lot of great of great comments here. Yes, yep, here. Morgan here says she also quit cold turkey according to the doctor instead of tapering off, and that's exactly right. LaShonda Gray says we are all looking at it from one mindset. What if the mom was giving her the wrong dosage? That's my opinion. And that is a very good point, a very good question to bring up. What if the mom was giving her the wrong dosage? I mean, the doctor said that the mom controlled the amount of melatonin that Carly took, that she, even Heath said in his first day on the stand, Heath mentioned that Ashley was the one who gave Carly her medication, that he made or that Ashley made sure that Carly got her medication. That is something that Heath said on the stand. So it is very possible. I'm not saying that it would have been done intentionally or anything like that, but it is possible that the mom may not have been giving the right dosage. It is possible. Great question here. Is there a way to go back and watch the entire trial? Yes, there is. So we have the entire trial up on our YouTube page. You can go there and watch all of it from day one. We're actually going to be creating a playlist with it, as well as all of the reports that we have done since this crime happened back in March. We're going to put it all together so you'll be able to see and follow this entire story from the day it happened until the day the jury comes back with the decision. So yeah, check us out on YouTube. And if you do check us out on YouTube, please make sure you subscribe. And what do they say on YouTube? Subscribe, ring the bell, all of that stuff to let us to be aware of when we post stuff or go live. Am I saying it too much melatonin causes her to snap? I am not. I was just bringing that up as a reference point. The doctor saying that her mother, Ashley Smiley, controlled the amount of melatonin that Carly got. Not saying that it caused her to snap. Just saying, bringing that up so you know that she controlled amount of melatonin. Doctor said that. Then Heath Smiley also said that Ashley gave Carly her medication. So that's why I brought that up. James and Peggy says, why would the mom just stop the Zoloft abruptly if you're worried about your child? Well, Carly said that she stopped it. So that's one of the inconsistencies. That's a little, makes you ask a little question, is Carly told the doctor that she stopped taking the Zoloft. Heath Smiley testified that Ashley Smiley gave Carly all of her medication. The doctor also testified that Ashley gave Carly melatonin and controlled the amount that she could get, that Carly, that she was concerned about Carly taking too much, so she only gave Carly 5 milligrams at a time. So that is a question that does open up to some inconsistencies in testimonies there. Yeah, and the doctor did say that the dose of Zoloft that Carly took was very low. I believe he said that she was on a 25 milligrams of Zoloft, which is the lowest dosage that you can take. But even with a low dosage, you still need to titrate down. You need to taper off of it. Normally, what will happen is that if you're on the lowest dosage, the doctor will say, "Okay, well, take it today, skip a day." Then take it and then skip a day and then maybe as long as you're not on an extended release, do something different. All right, we're going back into the courtroom right now.
He never rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. He never stated those words in his direct exam. He was never asked if his opinions were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And so the state would make that motion at this time. The state's also in a predicament at this point because if we ask any questions at this time, Your Honor, then obviously they're going to be allowed to come back and redirect him. So at this point, pursuant to Ketchings versus State and many other cases in Mississippi, we would make a motion to exclude and stricken Dr. Clark's testimony from the record at this point because none of his opinions were rendered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Response. Does anybody have a copy of Catchings for me?
No, sir, Your Honor, I don't have a copy of it.
Do you have a site?
Yes, sir. One second.
I apologize.
It's 684 Southern 2nd, 591, Your Honor.
Any further argument in the way of the motion?
Your Honor, the only thing he gave an opinion to was to best hypothesis, and I would also state that ask Ms. Ethan to just search certain terms during the break and such as reasonable medical certainty, and there are no references to that in the record.
Response. In particular, it's at note 5, correct? Is that what you were looking at?
I think so, Your Honor.
Is it the 111 Southern 3rd?
No, 684 Southern 2nd, 591.
Your Honor, may the defense have a short break to read this case as it's not been provided to us?
Sure.
Your Honor, the case that they cited specifically states that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty is a useful shorthand expression that is helpful in forestalling challenges to the admissibility of expert testimony. Care must be taken, however, to see that the incantation does not become A semantic trap and the failure to voice it is not used as a basis for the exclusion without analysis of the testimony itself.
Any further argument?
We would argue that based on the case they cited yourself, Your Honor, that their motion must be denied because the basis of the medical testimony itself went to the certainty that he went through in making his hypothesis, what he ruled out, his method of evaluation, how he comes to his conclusions. We went over who he talked to, what he reviewed, and at this point in time, Your Honor, that in and of itself, that statement is just being used as an incantation to exclude.
Reply.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. To my recollection, Dr. Clark simply testified that his best hypothesis was basically the opinion that he stated. While the state admits that the case states that you don't have to use the specific terms to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have to render an opinion somewhat in that line. And he hasn't stated that his opinion to any reasonable degree of medical certainty at all, using any kind of terms. He just simply talked about his training and education that he used in arriving at his conclusion. Not that his conclusion itself was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or anything even close to that. And so, Your Honor, as we argued yesterday, and as the court, deliberated back and forth with itself yesterday over whether or not to allow this testimony in, this is the exact type of diminished capacity testimony that we were bringing up yesterday, and now it's here and the jury's heard it, and the state would argue that it doesn't meet the standard under Rule 702, 703, or under the case law of the state.
This is going to be the court's ruling. In this state, we have a long tortured history with procedure. It seems that procedure changes from case to case based on who the parties are, what type of case it is. And every time a case gets reversed for exclusion, it comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards the defendant being allowed to put forth the theory of their defense. As a practical matter, this trial judge, maybe wrongly, believes that we can't unring the bell. I think the jury's already heard the evidence. I think even though they could say that they'd put it aside, we would presume that to be true. However, although very imperfectly stated, he did, at the very end, give an opinion in line with McNaughton. He, of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude. Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude. All right. Anything further from the state?
No, sir.
Bring them in. All right, before we get started, I apologize. I did have a juror reach out like, hey, I need to use the restroom, and I made him wait a few minutes. I apologize. I try to take breaks at logical places so y'all can hear all the evidence in blocks. If it becomes a dire emergency, you give me I don't know, maybe the universal hand signal. Yeah. Feel free to extend the middle finger or something when I say, can you wait 5 minutes? All right. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. Okay. But I do my best to take the breaks where they logically fall. But I do want y'all to know, if you have an emergency, let me know. Okay. Let me know. All right. With that being said, cross-examination.
All right. Good afternoon again, Dr. Clark. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Well, thank you.
As you can imagine, I have a few questions for you. Couldn't let you get out of Mississippi without asking you a few. So you talked a lot about your opinion that you rendered in this case with Ms. Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I just want to ask you a few questions about that opinion. So, as I understand it, you stated that you were retained towards the end of August. Is that correct?
Middle of August, I believe, was my first phone call with Attorney Camp.
Okay. Does it sound about right that you were retained around August 24th?
It's quite possible, yes.
Okay. And then 5 days later, on August 29th, you evaluated, you flew down here and you evaluated Ms. Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then 4 days later, on September 3rd, you rendered what was ultimately your report in this case, right? Your opinion.
Correct.
All right. And doctor, whenever you're retained on a case, and how many times you say you testified as an expert witness?
I think I said over 150.
Okay. So, but you said this is the first time that you've testified in Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
All right. Whenever you're retained on a case, what do you do to familiarize yourself with what the standard is that you're going to be testifying about in whatever state it is you're retained?
What I usually do is, do an internet search and try to find either the statute or the case law or whatever is relevant. Right. And I'll also talk to the attorney about what they feel the legal requirements are.
Did you have a conversation like that with Mr. Camp?
I did.
Okay. Did he provide you with what the legal standard was in Mississippi?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I believe that whenever we talked the other day, you told me that you looked up the statute in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you I was wrong, but I told you that, yes.
Okay. Okay. Because in fact, there's no statute, is there?
I don't believe there is. So I looked up the standard, but they're not the statute.
Right. Right. Now, you've obviously talked about it. You evaluated Carly back here, right?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that evaluation take?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And you stated that Ms. Todd was present during that evaluation, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's the same Ms. Todd that's present with Ms. Gregg here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the only time you've evaluated Carly ever?
Yes.
All right. You never treated Carly before August 29th of 2024?
No.
All right. You've never reviewed any of her records until presumably you received them sometime after August 24th, correct?
I think that's correct. The records, I may have gotten records a few days before then, okay. But that's generally correct, yes.
All right. Dr. Clark, whenever you evaluated the defendant, Ms. Gregg here, did she know who she was herself?
Yes.
All right. Did she appear to be dissociating the day that you evaluated her?
She didn't appear that way. She reported that she was to some extent, but not that I could tell.
Okay. So what exactly did she report, or who did she report to that she was dissociating that day?
Well, she told me that in a somewhat chronic way, she'd been feeling this sense of being separate from the world and that things were sort of dreamlike still. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened when she was having evaluations or when she would go to court, more than other times.
But the fact that she was dissociating based off her own terms, whenever you evaluated her, that didn't affect your opinion as to the things she told you, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she know at the time that you evaluated her why she was there being evaluated?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did she know why or in what role that you were there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
I did. I explained who I was at the outset.
And you actually told her that you're there, and I believe in your report, Stacey, that you're actually there on behalf of her attorneys, correct?
Correct.
The attorneys who are representing her in her murder trial, right?
Well, I told her that I was there. I've been retained by the attorneys to do an evaluation that the attorneys might choose to use, and they might choose to have me testify as well.
Right. You also stated that you conducted a Zoom interview with Miss Gregg's stepdad, Mr. Heath Smiley, on August 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that lasted about 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
But neither the evaluation that you conducted with Miss Gregg nor the evaluation for 90 minutes that you conducted with Mr. Smiley, you didn't video record or any other way record those, did you?
I only took notes, but I did not record them in any other way.
Okay. Did you ever provide those notes to Mr. Camp or Ms. Todd?
I have not provided them, nor I've not been asked for them, nor have I provided them.
Great, thank you. So in forming your opinion in this case, you relied basically on your memory from when you evaluated Ms. Gregg, along with the notes that you took as it relates to the evaluation, right?
Yes,
And then the other documents and things that you looked at as well, that you already testified about.
that's correct. Yes.
You talk about in your report some of the documents and things that that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I see some counseling records from when Carly was younger. Did you review those?
I did.
All right. I see some what appear to be, I guess, medical records from, I guess, her pediatrician. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then you go on down there and you say that you review some home videos. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's number 9 on your report. Which videos did you review?
There were 2 videos that I reviewed. One was a video from the kitchen around 4:10 p.m. on Tuesday, March 19th.
Okay.
And the second was a video that was taken, I believe, from the garage that occurred at the time of the shooting of Mr. Heath Smiley.
Were you provided or did you review the videos from when Miss Gregg and Miss Smiley came home from school? Was that depicted on the videos that you watched?
It was not depicted on the videos that I watched. I'm not sure whether it may have been provided to me, but I did not see it.
Okay. So was the only video that you saw from inside the house the video where you can actually hear the shooting?
Yes.
And then how long after that in the video sequence did you watch?
I watched for several minutes before then and for several minutes after then. But to my best of my estimate, it was no more than 20 minutes total and probably somewhat less.
And then you also mentioned some sheriff office reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you say that you reviewed some police reports regarding texts sent by Carly on 3/19/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever actually see the actual text messages, the printout of the text, or were you just relying on the police officer's reports?
I never actually saw the printout of the texts.
Okay.
So I had to rely on just the police officer's report.
Okay. And would it be helpful in rendering opinion to have the actual text where you can look at kind of the context and how they were texting back and forth? Would that be helpful?
I think it likely would have been helpful, yes.
Okay. And these friends that it's talking about that Miss Gregg was texting back and forth with, did you reach out to any of these friends to interview them?
I did interview one of them, yes.
Okay. And who was that?
That was a juvenile called BG.
Okay. All right. And what did your interview, did you rely on that interview with BG?
No.
Okay. Did you actually talk to BG?
I did.
You did? Okay. What did BG tell you?
What BG told me was that he was good friends with Carly, that they had been friends for at least a few years, that she was very bright and that she tended to hang out with the academically successful kids, and he wasn't necessarily one of those. He told me that she was outgoing and bubbly and friendly, had good energy. He told me that somewhere around February of this year, that they began to text or communicate somewhat less with one another. He wasn't quite sure why. He told me that he became aware around early March that she was smoking marijuana, and that he was concerned about it and talked to her about it. And he told me that he had decided to tell Carly's mother about that, and in fact did so on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19th.
Right. Did he also tell you that Miss Gregg reached out to him and asked him to come over after she shot and killed her mom?
He did. He told me that she had FaceTimed him and that she had asked him to come over, and that he asked for the address, and that he was actually heading over, but I think at that point it was too late.
Okay. Did he say anything about whether or not Carly told him why she was asking him to come over?
He did not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Carly knew and recognized him at the time, correct?
I think it's a reasonable supposition, yes.
And she reached out to him between whenever she shot and killed her mom and whenever she shot her dad, correct, or her stepdad?
I believe so, yes.
In your report, Dr. Clark, you talk about present circumstances. Do you recall that? I think it's down at the bottom of page 2. Do you recall writing that section in your report?
I do.
All right. And in there, what are you talking about present circumstances? Is that like as we sit here today?
I was talking about how Carly was doing, how she reported how she was doing at the time of my interview with her on August 29th.
Right. And you state that she chooses not to meet with mental health, both because it requires submitting a request and because she does not find it helpful, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she told you?
Yes.
All right. You go on down there. You go on to say in the beginning of the next paragraph that she's cried a lot as the reality began to sink in. Do you say that? Do you see where she told you that?
I do.
All right. And the reality that she's talking about is the fact that she killed her mom, correct?
I think it's probably, that's certainly a piece of, well, no, actually, I take it, no, I don't know that that's correct. I think that the reality that my understanding that she was referring to was that her mother was dead and that she was incarcerated.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent she believed or knew that she had actually killed her mother and to what extent that meant something to her. I just don't know because she didn't say that.
Right. And you talked about it on your direct with Ms. Todd, and you sat in here with Deputy Shack this morning and you watched the video, correct?
Correct.
And you heard her say whenever they asked her which hand did she shoot with, and she identified her right hand, correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I testified with Attorney Todd. I didn't actually catch that one piece.
That is what you said on direct. And you also heard Deputy Shack say that she was asking about her stepdad, correct?
Correct.
And that she apologized to Deputy Shack. She said, "I'm sorry," right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that you don't think that she knows that she killed her mom.
Do you mean at that point in time, or do you mean right now, as we sit here today?
Well, at that point in time, do you think she knew she killed her mom?
I think that I don't know what she knew at that point in time.
And that's because we can't get inside people's head, correct?
I do my best, but
Right, I understand. But in general, we can't get inside someone's head and see exactly what they're thinking, can we?
No.
We can only look at what they tell us. Is that right?
Not only that, other things as well.
Their actions.
Their demeanor, their mannerisms, what other people tell us, the records that we can review. Right. Sometimes we can do brain scans and psychological testing, not in this case, but we don't know for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, you go on in your report and you talk about early history. And I assume that you're talking about prior to age 9, because then you have a separate section where you're talking about ages 9 to 14, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And down at the bottom of page 3, I think it's the next to the last paragraph down there, you state in general, and again, this was prior to age 9, according to what you just said. In general, she did not, she was going to therapy at a young age, correct?
Correct.
All right. But in general, she did not find it helpful. Again, we see that. So that's kind of been a common theme, right? She didn't find therapy helpful back here, and she didn't find it helpful whenever she was younger, correct?
Correct.
All right. She didn't like or trust some of the therapists, and she found that some seemed to be simply trying to get information to be used against her father. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
And you mentioned her father a couple times earlier, and you said that maybe you reviewed some records or something that he had bipolar. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Gregg?
I did not.
Okay, you never talked to Mr. Gregg?
No.
So other than a couple pages off of a medical record, did you ever see any medical record where he was diagnosed with bipolar?
I did.
You did?
I saw Dr. Hardy's record.
Right.
I think on 2 occasions where he was diagnosed and treated for bipolar disorder.
And you're aware that was just, he was sent there due to some court order or something in their chancery case?
I'm actually not sure why he was there.
Okay. And then if you turn the page in your report over there to the top of page 4, and we're still talking about prior to age 9, in the first full paragraph, about midway down, she said, Carly says she tried to act happy in front of others, although she was aware that she was putting on a show. And you talked about that earlier, isn't that correct?
I did.
That she's good at putting on a show.
Yes, she's good at putting a good face forward in spite of whatever difficulties she may be having.
Right. And I just want to be clear, Doctor. So kind of we'll jump forward just a little bit, just to, as we talk about this, we kind of have a mutual understanding. So your opinion ultimately is that from the time that she got home and she took out the dogs, that she blacked out at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she doesn't come to until the police pick her up, correct?
Correct.
But she remembers everything else that day.
Yes.
She remembers waking up and being irritable that morning.
Yes.
But that one hour or so period, an hour and a half period, that's the period that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
And depending on which side you sit over here, that could be fairly convenient, right?
Yes. Yes, it certainly could.
Seems like a convenient time period, doesn't it?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about accurate information. Is it important in your evaluation to receive accurate information?
Yes.
All right. Is it important to receive complete information?
As much as possible. Yes. It's never completely complete, but yes.
Right. And I believe you stated that all of the documents that you received in this trial, or in this case, that you only received those documents from Mr. Camp or someone on the defense side. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So the only documents that you were able to review were the documents that they sent you.
Correct. No one else sent me documents.
Right. And then your other, the other things that you relied on was your interview with Miss Gregg, correct?
Yes.
And your interview with her stepdad, correct?
Yes. And as I testified, my training, education, experience, and knowledge of the literature.
If you don't have proper facts, can you render a proper opinion?
No.
Isn't it true that, and you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, isn't it true that someone can fake a mental illness or insanity?
Yes.
Is it true that someone in Carly's position who's been charged with a crime such as murder might have a motive to try to fake insanity or a mental illness?
Yes.
All right. So I want to keep moving forward in your report a little bit, where the next section you go down to ages 9 through 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're talking age 9 until the age up until when this event happened earlier this year in March, correct?
Actually, there's a subsequent section that starts January of 2024. So I'm
Gotcha.
talking about age 9 up through December of 2023.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the top of page 5 there, you talk about that there were 2 incidents of Carly getting in trouble prior to January of 2024. And you mentioned that one time is when she snuck out of the house, and another time is whenever she shared some test answers with the entire class. So those the 2 incidents that you were aware of her getting in trouble.
Yes, I think I had already referred to the knife in school incident at some other point in time.
Okay. Do you know where that is in your report?
Ooh. As I sit here, I don't know.
I think actually, I don't have it right here in front of me either, but I think actually on direct exam, Ms. Todd, you stated that she told the school, well, first of all, did you review any records from the school?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so because I didn't see those listed here, but you say, you told Ms. Todd that she supposedly took that to school because a friend either asked her or told her to, correct?
That's what she had told me, yes.
Okay. I think in your report, you actually say that it was left in some pants from hunting or something along those lines. Is that correct?
No.
That's not, okay.
No.
All right. Do you, again, we'll keep going through and we'll find it here in a second. All right. Are you aware that whenever she was confronted by the school for bringing the knife to school, she originally told them that she brought it because somebody asked her or told her to? Is that what she told you?
No. She told me that's the reason why she did not talk to me about what she had said originally to the school.
Okay. So she originally told the school that she brought it because somebody told her.
If I'm not mistaken, I read D15.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you. What page step number?
Yes.
I need to get a document there. All right, Dr. Clark, sorry about that. I handed you a document that's already been produced in evidence as D15, and I'll give you a second to read that if you would like.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, and when Carly was first asked, and this is by the assistant principal at Northwest Rankin Middle School, when she was first asked why she brought the knife to school.
Objection, Your Honor. Here's that.
Whenever she first was asked why she brought the knife to school, Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, she said it was for her protection, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then she was talking about a high school student who was supposedly threatening her, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay. Then the last paragraph there says, meeting with Carly's mother occurred that day. She was notified that she would have to follow protocol. Let's see. And that's the next Bates stamp number document in that.
These both have Bates stamps of 475.
Okay. And down there on the bottom of that 475, you see that indeed Carly changed her story, didn't she?
Yes.
And she stated that the first reason that she said for protection just seemed more logical, correct?
Correct.
Right. So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
And back in your report, we were talking about the two things, and you stated that she snuck out of the house and that she shared test answers. And then you said you'd already mentioned the knife, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you that she was operating on a burner phone, texting other people, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes. So in December of 2023, and then later in the winter of 2024, she told me she was using either an old iPad or a burner phone.
Right. Now, proceeding down in your report there, you talk about, you say that Carly was asked about her mood for the last 5 years, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's up from, when is that time period covering, that 5 years?
I think age 9 to 14.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. And you listed some stuff there that you said that she was doing that were kind of out of characteristics for Carly. You said that she got a piercing, she got a tattoo, correct?
Yes.
That was also at school?
Yes.
But then in the bottom of that paragraph, you state that she told you she never became paranoid or lost touch with reality, correct?
Correct.
So at least until January of 2024, she had never lost touch with reality, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And if you continue coming down there in the next paragraph, you see where she talks about that she started or that she reported experiencing a voice in her head for as long as she can remember. Is that what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay. And she told you basically that it was simply telling her elitist things. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Stuff such as, you're better than them.
Correct.
But at that time, it was certainly not telling her any, I guess, what you would call auditory or command hallucinations, correct?
Yes, I mean, it does qualify as an auditory hallucination,
Right.
but not a command hallucination.
Exactly. Thank you. So, and the first time that she ever reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail back here, correct? Or after she had been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But she certainly never reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare providers that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smiley, Ashley, her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yes, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right.
Yes.
Doctor, you also talk about at the top of page 6 in your report, it says that, again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14, so up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this is just based off of what she told you.
That is based on what she told me, yes.
After she's been charged with murder, correct?
Yes.
And that leads us up to the kind of subsections you have here where you talk about January to March of 2024. Right?
Correct.
And that's kind of the time period that you focused on in your report, because that's whenever she begins getting prescribed Zoloft, correct?
Correct.
And she's going to see some different therapists and things like that, or going to see a therapist.
Correct.
And you talk about the fact that Carly's mom found out that she had a burner phone or an iPod Touch, right?
Yes.
And you put in there that her mom accused her of living a double life, in quotes. And I assume that that's in quotes because I assume that's what Ms. Gregg told you, was that that her mom thought she was living a double life, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Ms. Gregg thought it was necessary, or Ms. Smiley thought it was necessary to get Carly into therapy and to get her some kind of medical treatment, right?
I mean, I think fair to say that she thought it was a good idea and called for her.
And there at the bottom of your report, you say that Carly liked her therapist a lot and found it helpful to speak with her. She reported that she was forthcoming with the clinicians who prescribed the medication, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Carly told you.
It is.
That she was forthcoming, told them everything, right?
Yep.
Did you review the notes from Carly's therapist, Ms. Rebecca Kirk?
I did.
All right. Is that Magnolia Counseling?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that not one single time in her therapy notes with Ms. Kirk does she ever report to Ms. Kirk that she dissociated or heard any voices, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, she answered a questionnaire from Ms. Kirk's office where she stated she did not hear voices, right?
I actually think the questionnaire was from Precise Clinical.
You're right.
But indeed she answered that she did not hear voices.
Right. And that was a document that we looked at earlier, D19, with Ms. Todd. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she had you go through and do you still have that document in front of you?
Well, I'm actually not sure. I think I have it here. Yeah, yes.
And she had you read through several questions. If you'll turn to page stamp 763, question number 21 states that, have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And Carly states no. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And this is the therapist that she was seeing up until actually the day before March 19th, right?
This is the nurse practitioner.
You're right. You're right.
That she had seen, I think, 1 week before the incident.
Yes, but even the day before, whenever she saw her therapist, Miss Kurt, she didn't report to her that she was hearing any voices, did she?
She did not.
Right. And I want to talk to you about, you talked about the event that happened on Sunday, March 17th, so basically 2 days before, right?
Yes.
And let's see, I think that is at the top of page 8 of your report. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you also talked about a journal entry that Carly wrote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she said some things in there about either feeling like she was schizophrenic or something along that line, right?
So there had been that journal entry from, I think, April of 2023.
Okay.
But I'd also talked about a journal entry that she had made on March 12th, 2024.
Okay. That was on March 12th?
She made a journal entry that day, yes.
Okay. And then you talk about an event that she had at the top of your report on the Sunday before. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the one where she says she actually smoked some marijuana and then she had this event, right?
Yes.
So she would do she voluntarily intoxicated, right?
She was.
Right. Because she smoked the marijuana.
Yes.
Do you know whether recreational marijuana is legal in Mississippi or not?
I actually don't know.
Okay. We just got medical marijuana last year, so it's not.
Objection or move to strike.
Actually, sustain.
And she states that that she felt in a way that she had never felt before in that event on March 17th, right?
Yes.
And that was after she smoked marijuana.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, doctor. So we've talked about nurse practitioner. Well, we might not have, but we've talked about precise neuroscience, right?
Yes.
And that's the nurse practitioner that she was going to see.
Correct.
And that her name is Miss Olivia Lieber, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then we've got her therapist over here. So she went to see nurse practitioner Lieber, and then nurse practitioner Lieber referred her to therapy, and that's Miss Rebecca Kurt, right?
Correct.
And she stated she liked Miss Kurt.
Yes.
All right. And she was forthcoming with her.
Yes.
And then you agree with me that she never told either Miss Kirk or nurse practitioner Lieber that she ever heard any voices.
I would agree with that. Yes.
All right. And from January the 22nd of 2004 all the way up until the day before this event happened, she was seeing Miss Kirk basically every week, right?
Yes.
And sometimes twice a week.
Yes, I think that's right.
Right. And she never said anything to her about voices.
Correct.
She never said anything to her about dissociating.
Correct.
Did she ever say anything to nurse practitioner Lieber about that she was zoning out?
I don't believe so, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, who did you get that information from that she was zoning out, or that she had ever told anyone she was zoning out? Where did that come from in your report? Did Mr. Smiley tell you that she would zone out from time to time?
Mr. Smiley did tell me that, yes.
All right. Her stepdad, correct?
Her stepdad, yes.
On page 7 of your report, you talk about that the primary source of Carly's anxiety was her will to want to please her mother, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
So her main source of anxiety is basically an overprotecting mother who wants her to do well, right?
I'm not sure I'd say overprotective, although I think Carly probably would.
Right.
In fact,
And Carly's obviously worried about pleasing her.
yes.
And specifically, what was Carly worried about? Her mom finding out.
I think that it was important for Carly that she do well in school, that she really excel, because she thought her mother would be proud of her for that. And then later, of course, and then she was cutting, as I understand it, for about 2 years before the incident. So I'm sure that I think it's reasonable to think that she was worried that her mother would find out about the cutting. She was using this iPod Touch in the fall of 2023, and then later a burner phone in 2024. And then, of course, she was smoking marijuana in March and February of 2024. So those were all things that she would reasonably have worried that her mother would find out about and be upset.
In other words, that Ashley was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
I wouldn't use that phrase. I know that Carly said that her mother had used that phrase. I wouldn't use it. I don't think that's an accurate portrayal.
Well, Carly was worried that she was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
No, Carly told me that her mother had used that phrase with her.
Right. And when did Carly say that she started smoking marijuana?
Carly told me, I think she told me around February of 2024.
And I think earlier you said maybe that that Carly had told you 2 to 3 times a week. I think in your report you say 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Oh, it's possible. I think I testified either 2 to 3, or I had also seen 3 to 4 somewhere in there.
And she did that all the way up until at least the day before this happened, correct?
Correct.
So all the way up until March 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Now, we've heard testimony about some of the medications that Carly was on, and I'm talking about specifically between January and March of 2024. Specifically, we've heard Lexapro and Zoloft, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any proof that Carly actually ever took those medications other than what Carly told you?
No.
Okay, so you don't know whether she actually took them or not, do you?
I don't know for sure. Of course, I don't know anything for sure.
Right.
But what I know is that the medications were filled, and Carly reported to me that she took them regularly, and I imagine she reported to the nurse practitioner that she was taking them.
Okay, and you have no proof that she actually took them as they were prescribed, right?
I have no absolute proof of that, or.
And in fact, she didn't take them as prescribed, because whenever she was being weaned off of the Zoloft, she just said she quit cold turkey, as you testified earlier, right?
I did testify that she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th, rather than follow what was the recommendation of going down to 25 milligrams.
Right, but you said that she had no withdrawal symptoms from that, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Right. Now, again, when did Carly begin taking Lexapro?
She began taking Lexapro on March. It was prescribed on March 12th, 2024. It was picked up on March 12th, 2024. I don't know whether she took it that day or the following day.
Okay. And so your opinion is based off the fact that she either started taking the Lexapro on either March 12th or March 13th, right?
Yes, that's one of the bases of my opinion. Yes.
Okay. But again, you don't know which day she started taking it on.
I don't.
All right. And hypothetically speaking, if she told someone that she did not start taking it until March 18th, would that affect your opinion here today?
Not substantially.
Okay. And you said that she was prescribed basically 5 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is for a pediatric patient, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of recommended dosages, but I'll say it's a low dose.
So the general dose is typically 10, is that right?
Typically 10.
Okay. And of course, 5 would be half of that, right?
Yes.
But even still, after taking that, at least as of the day before, whenever Carly saw Miss Kirk, she didn't say anything about any voices that she was hearing, right? To therapist Kirk.
That's correct.
They weren't commanding her to do anything, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. She didn't tell Miss Kirk about it.
Right. She didn't tell Miss Kirk. And the first time she ever said anything to anybody about it was after she was already detained, correct?
Although we heard SK testify this morning that she had told her before the incident.
Okay. Her friend that she still stays in contact with today, right?
SK is a friend that she still stays in contact with, yes.
Right. And I think in your report, as of 2 days before, that you say that that what she told you or the voices would simply just still tell her elitist things, right?
Yes.
And that's what she told you, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Isn't it a little bit inconsistent what she was telling her practitioners and her healthcare providers before she was arrested and then what she was told them after she was arrested? Isn't that inconsistent?
It is inconsistent.
Right.
Yes.
You go on to say that even after she started the Lexapro, that she did not demonstrate poor judgment or impulsivity, urges for suicide or aggression, and she was still able to focus on her schoolwork. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And supposedly this is the week leading up to March 19th, 2024, right?
Correct.
And all that, you're assuming that she took the medication as it was prescribed.
Yes.
But you can't confirm that, correct?
I can't prove it.
And I think you actually asked Carly about whether she took the medication as prescribed, right?
I did.
And she told you that she was generally adhering, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I used that. I think even more strongly than that. Carly told me, as I recall, that she was quite adherent with medication. But I could be wrong. Page 10, third line down. I did say, and I think she then told me that she was generally adherent with what was prescribed.
Thank you. All right. And again, as to page 8, looking at page 8 on your report, you're talking about the day of March 19th, right?
Yes.
All right. And you said she remembered waking up, correct? She told you she remembered waking up that day.
Yes.
And she said she was irritable. She didn't sleep much, right?
Correct.
And she remembers after school going to her mother's classroom, right?
Yes.
And she said that that her mom actually was clearly upset, right?
Yes.
And at some point, Miss Smiley asked her if she was doing drugs, and she searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Miss Smiley asked her if she was lying or hiding anything, right?
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Carly told you that it seemed like that her mom had a sixth sense, right?
Yes.
But now we know that out of concern for their friend, some of her friends devised a plan to go talk to Miss Smiley and tell her basically that they were concerned for Carly because she was smoking weed and had a burner phone, right?
Correct.
And you said you watched the video from inside the house. And so whenever you see Miss Smiley and Carly get home, you can see Miss Smiley go directly to Carly's room and start searching. Is that right? Or, well, you don't see what she's doing, but you see her go directly into the direction of Carly's room.
I believe so, yes.
And then Carly kind of goes, listens to her mom to see what she's doing. And then Carly at some point takes the dogs out, right?
Yes.
And then that's whenever Carly supposedly blacks out.
Correct.
And then comes back to right whenever the deputy picks her up, correct?
That's what she reported, yes.
All right. And then I believe you say in your report there that she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
I don't know the answer. I know this is what she told me.
Right.
And what I took from that was that at that point she did have some awareness, because there's no particular connection, logical connection between coming out of a storm drain and then having actually done something wrong.
Right. And the officer, and you saw the video this morning, the officer, or you saw his testimony, and he stated that he asked her if she was the girl that shot or was involved in the incident, and she said yes, right?
Yes.
And she said because it seemed like it was the logical thing to do, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Which is the same thing that she told the people at the school whenever she brought the knife to school, right? That it seemed like the logical thing to do, or it seemed like the logical thing to say.
She did say that, yes.
Would it also be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about to the officer?
That could be logical as well.
Well, if he asks you if an officer stops you and asks you if you just shot someone and you have no recollection of it, wouldn't it be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about?
It would.
Not to say that yes, because I just thought it was logical, right?
Correct.
And you described Carly right after being arrested or detained. She stated that her mind was shut off, right?
Yes.
But she said she was aware of everything that was happening, correct?
She did, yes.
All right. And so that's after the officer picks her up.
Yes.
Now, you also talk about in your report after March 19th, you state that Carly reports hearing gunshots in her dreams and feels terrified and paranoid, correct?
Yes.
Did she say why she heard gunshots in her dream?
No.
That she just said she heard gunshots in her dream.
She said there were times that she has, I think she used the word nightmares, but that she heard gunshots and they were scary for her. No, actually, she did not use the word nightmares, as I looked at my report, but she said in her dreams, and she felt terrified and paranoid.
And those are the gunshots that she remembers from when she killed her mom?
I think that's a reasonable presumption. She didn't say that specifically.
Right. But she supposedly doesn't remember killing her mom, right?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk about, you talked about a couple of the, I guess, diagnoses or opinions that you rendered. And I think kind of one of the first ones where you talked about bipolar 2, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the DSM, correct? Remind us what that is.
The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, the DSM-5, which is the compilation of all the official psychiatric diagnoses.
And you're familiar with that document, obviously, because you've been doing it for a long time, right?
Yes.
All right. And so, and you talked about hypomania, right?
Yes.
And is bipolar and 2 and hypomania, are those terms kind of used interchangeably, or is one different from the other?
One is a little bit different. Bipolar 2 is the medical condition, or it's a psychiatric condition where a person has either depression or hypomania. So hypomania is a component of the bipolar 2 illness.
Right. And you, I believe you have diagnosed or evaluating, your opinion is that at some point during this time period between March 12th and March 19th that Carly was suffering from hypomania. Is that correct?
I think I actually have not testified to that, but I think I would likely refer to it as a mixed state. Okay. You can have a mixture actually of elevated mood and depressed mood, and you can have mood swings that go on as well. I think of it sometimes as stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time, because it wasn't clear to me that Carly was purely hypomanic in that time.
Okay, and I'm just gonna read just here real briefly from the DSM as far as the criteria for bipolar 2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and the DSM states that a hypomanic episode is defined as a distinct period of persistently elevated or irritable mood with increased activity or energy lasting for at least 4 consecutive days. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in your evaluation, were you able to identify a consecutive 4-day period where Carly was in an elevated or irritable mood?
So Carly reported to me that she was in an elevated or irritable mood for up to 7 days at a time. I don't have the specific dates. I didn't ask her for it. I'm not sure she has it, but I don't have the specific dates on the calendar for it. Right. But that's what she reported. But that's what she reported to you. And was it in a persistently elevated mood, or was it up and down like you just testified? She reported persistently elevated mood. Looking back over the preceding 5 years, what she reported to me was that she had these periods, persistently elevated mood, where she was more active. Her thought, she was more irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some more impulsive things. She could be more tactless. She could be more rude. She was more restless.
Right. But at least as it relates to between January and whenever this event happened in March of 2024, certainly no healthcare provider diagnosed her with bipolar 2, correct?
That's correct.
And they were seeing her on a regular basis, correct?
They were, yes.
Her therapist sometimes as much as twice a week, right?
Yes.
And I believe she was seeing nurse practitioner Lieber at least once a month, right?
That's right.
She saw her in January, and then she saw her in February, and then she saw her in March, right?
Correct.
And none of those healthcare providers identified a consecutive 4-day period where she was in a hypomanic or elevated state, right?
They did not.
Okay. But after talking to Carly, now she's told you that she was in an elevated or hypomanic state, right?
Yes.
And that's 6 months after she's been charged with murder, right?
Yes.
All right. You talked about some of your, I guess, alternative hypothesis, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was that she just simply panicked, and out of fear, I guess, of her mom discovering her burner phone and her marijuana or her vapes, that she basically cold-blooded murdered her mom, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that phrase, cold.
Well, she panicked and she killed her mom.
She panicked and she killed her. Yes, that was a hypothesis or possibility that I considered. Yes.
Okay. So that's one thing that certainly could have happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And the second thing that you hypothesized was that she was simply a psychopath and callous and she killed her mom, right?
Yes.
All right. But they could certainly both apply to Miss Gregg, right? I know your opinion is that they don't, but they certainly could, right?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess your opinion here, as we sit here today, is that on March 19th, whenever Carly shot her mom, that she did not, in your word, appreciate the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched the videos from the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong whenever she hid the gun behind her back?
It's my opinion that in general at that period of time, she fundamentally didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong, although I will also acknowledge that she acted in ways like that would seem to indicate that she had some appreciation.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would just simply ask, is it your opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she hid the gun behind her back?
It is my opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time or at any point in time in that period. Okay. And in that video, when she peeks around the kitchen wall after going to retrieve the gun, I assume it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time too, correct? That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Whenever she removed the camera from the wall and hid it in the fridge, it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she called and texted multiple friends, but obviously knew that she couldn't tell them what was wrong over the phone, then I assume that you also don't believe she knew the difference between right and wrong at that time.
I don't know whether it was obvious that she felt like she could not tell them what she had done. I don't know why she didn't tell them.
Well, she certainly told them she couldn't tell them, didn't she?
I think that's right.
Right. And did you ever talk to or see any text messages from a gentleman named Thad Gilbert?
I don't remember. I've seen something about him, but as I sit here, I don't remember. I don't think I've seen those text messages.
Okay. So sitting here as an expert today, that you've been introduced as an expert and is an expert. If she were to have testified, one of her friends, TG, and told him that she fucked up, excuse my language, but that's his words. If she told him that, then would it be your opinion that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong at that time?
It would.
All right. What if she told TG that he volunteered to call 911? She said, no, you can't do that. I assume she still didn't know the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yep. Yes.
When her friend BG that you talked to or that you talked about earlier, whenever BG told her not to harm herself or anyone else, and she said it's too late, I assume didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she told her friend that she invited over BW, that she put 3 in her mom and that her stepdad would be home shortly and she had 3 more to take care of him, still didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
And when she ran from the house after it was all done, she didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
But I guess, in your opinion, a lot of it goes back to the switch in medication, correct?
I think that's only a piece of it. I think there's much more than that. I think the psychosis, I think the mood swings and mood disorder had been present before then. The psychosis was clearly getting worse by March 12th before the Lexapro was switched. The dissociation had been ongoing. So I think there was a lot else even before the Lexapro was begun. And then I think the Lexapro was made things worse.
Right. But to be clear, you cannot tie her actions, and I believe you stated in your report, you cannot tie her actions on March 19th to the switch in medication, correct?
I think the switch in medication had an impact. I think it clearly had an impact. I cannot say Lexapro made her do this.
Right. In fact, you state, in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precarious state, but there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication, correct?
That's correct.
So you cannot attribute, as you sit here, a direct causality between the Lexapro and what happened on March 19th, correct?
Well, I think there's some causality there. I think it made her mood problem worse. I think it made the situation worse. I cannot say that Lexapro made her do it.
Right, because you have inadequate information, as you stated in your report, right?
Correct.
Course indulgence. I want to ask you just a second about dissociation, Dr. Clark. And I believe that you stated earlier that dissociation is typically more what you would see as a protective mechanism. Is that correct?
Well, that's one theory for how it begins. That when a person develops trauma, that they use it, they will dissociate as a way of protecting their sort of psychological well-being. That's one
Right.
theory.
And I've also prosecuted other type of crimes, and I know sometimes with like sex offenses that some of the victims will say that they felt like they kind of left their body and that they were maybe over their body, like looking down on. Is that correct? That'd be a type of dissociation.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you stated earlier that in that model that it's typically the victim who is having the dissociation, correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yes.
Right. Not the person who's offending, right?
Correct. Although there's also, I think, quite a bit written about people who are offending who also experience dissociation.
Right. And again, up until March 19th, no healthcare provider ever said anything about Carly dissociating, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you talked about some people having adverse, I guess, reactions to SSRIs, stuff like Lexapro, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said it was maybe only a very small percent, 1 to 2%, right?
Correct. In terms of the suicidal reaction, yes.
Right. And you said suicidal, but not homicidal, correct?
So I don't know what the data is on homicidal. I know that aggression and agitation are known side effects of these medications. They're listed in the package insert, but I don't know what the actual data would show. I'm not sure there is much in the way of data in that regard.
Right. And as it relates to the dissociation, you talked about one of the things I guess that typically you see is complete amnesia, right?
That's what people who write about it say, that you tend to see more. I'm sorry, what they say is you tend to see more patchy amnesia rather than complete amnesia in people for whom the dissociation is thought to be legitimate rather than malingering.
Okay. And as far as your theory goes about whether or not Carly was callous or anything whenever she did this, you said you don't believe in your interactions with her, you don't believe her to be callous, right?
I think not just my interactions with her, but everything I know about her based on all the records and what I've heard from the friends and the family,
Right.
In general. So overall, I do not believe her to be callous.
And that's based off of your 4-hour evaluation and the documents that her defense team gave you, correct?
In my interview with Mr. Smiley.
Mr. Smiley, who's now supporting her, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean supporting her. There are various meanings of that, so I don't want to agree to something I don't really understand.
Okay. Court's indulged. And obviously, we just talked a lot about different actions that that Carly took after she shot her mom, but before she shot Mr. Smiley. And I asked you whether or not it was your opinion that whether or not she knew right from wrong during that time period, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated that your opinion that despite all those actions, you did not believe she appreciated the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Correct.
Is there any type of medical literature or anything that you're relying on to form that opinion?
Well, there is. There's certainly literature on dissociation, literature on violence in dissociation. I believe that in my report I referenced certain articles. That is, bear with me one moment, on page 23 at the bottom of my report.
And in that literature, is it simply talking about dissociation, or is that the article, the one about dissociation that you're talking about?
Yes, the article is called Dissociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychiatry. So it's talking about dissociation in the context of people who commit crimes, such as murder.
Thank you. And you admitted earlier that some of those actions certainly looked like she knew the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
And you saw the video earlier, and where did you hear her ask about how's my stepdad in the video earlier with Deputy Shack?
I did.
Okay. Why would she ask how her stepdad is if she didn't know that she shot or did anything?
I think reasonable to conclude that she had some idea that she had done something or something had been done that might have imperiled her stepfather. So she clearly knew something at that point.
Right, but she knew something about when she was supposedly blacked out, correct?
Correct. And what I conclude from that is that the blackout was not complete, that there was some level of awareness that she had.
Right. And that's also clear because of all these actions she took to try to cover up her actions, right?
Well, I don't want to presume her motives in doing it, but there was clearly some level of awareness in much of what she was doing. Yes.
Right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. But hold on, before you get into that, do you have any exhibits up there, Mr.
Yes,
Smith?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you mind turning those to the court reporter before you sit down? Take that too. Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
There's one page laying up here loose. I just
Okay.
want to make sure it's in those records.
Yes, sir.
And if that was your copy, that's fine. I just want to make sure that It's not missing. Yeah, I'll tell you what, while we're getting all our exhibits back together, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's go ahead and take a quick rest. Okay? Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits. Just come on. Is it in evidence?
It's just, it's a copy.
Are we sure it's a copy? No, I think Ms. Todd had some documents up here. I'm just trying to make sure nobody has my, yeah, both y'all. I'm gonna chastise both y'all. You take my, once you put them in evidence, they belong to me. You don't return my exhibits, you go to jail. So do not walk away with my exhibits. All right.
That was mine.
You can have that one. All right, you're still under oath. You're still under oath. You're still testifying. Don't talk about your testimony with anybody. Okay.
That's right.
All right. We'll take a brief recess. That'll give you all time to make sure I got all my exhibits. All right. We'll be in recess about 10, 15 minutes.
And they are gone to recess again. Before Carly's attorneys did a redirect to their expert witness, they asked to take a quick recess. So the judge is giving the jury a break and them a chance to go to the restroom and everything. They said they'll be back in about 15 minutes, which will be about 4:30. Now, if you're watching this, you're wondering, are they going to be done at 5? Do they call it quits at 5? The judge told the jury during the first day of trial that he tries to make sure that they are wrapped up by 5:30. So we could very well go on until 5:30 tonight. We shall see. After there's a redirect of this witness, there's still the matter of, will Carly Gregg take the stand in her own defense? And we asked a lot of you, do you think that Carly should take the stand in her own defense? A lot of you are saying selfishly, yes, because you want to hear what she has to say. But as it relates to her chances in the courtroom, basically, she should probably not. So that is what you guys said here in the comment section. Looking here. Here we go. Sadie Andrew says, I'm having a hard time believing her not understanding right and wrong while also taking measures to hide her actions. What we talked about during the last recess after the defense got done having the expert witness testify for them and asking all their questions, it brought up a lot of questions, a lot of inconsistencies, it seemed. And the state, they brought up all of them. They brought up all the ones that we talked about. Talked about how did she black out right before the crime happened, came to afterwards when she was crawling out of a ditch, but then went to the officer saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. How did that happen? How did that work as far as being in a blacked out state? And of course, the doctor said maybe not, or that maybe she wasn't fully blacked out. She was still partially aware of what was going on. So that would that mean that partially she is aware of right and wrong? I don't know. We're going to hear what happens when they redirect, when the defense redirects, and then we're going to see, is Carly going to get on the stand? Is Carly going to get on the stand? We're very interested in to see if that happens. Looking here, Leah says, I do not agree that she didn't know right from wrong when she asked her friend if she had ever seen a dead body, then run. If she didn't know right from wrong, why did she run? That is a question that is being asked by a lot of people. Here, April says, I think she is smarter than she's treated. Don't underestimate her. She could pull pity strings. And the thing is, she is smart. She is very smart. She is a very smart young lady. We've said this before. She has a 30 on her ACT that she took at the age of 13. She skipped a grade. Everyone has spoken to her intellectual abilities, that she is a very smart girl. And she appeared to be well liked. I know that she was the, let's see, at Northwest Rankin Middle School in September of 2020. She was actually chosen to be Student of the Month. And I do have that picture here for you. Let me pull that up for you so you can see it. So this is from Northwest Rankins Middle School. This is Carly Gregg in September of 2020. She was chosen as September's Character Trait Student of the Month. And her September's character trait was friendship. And so Carly was chosen as the Student of the Month for a character trait, and her character trait was friendship. I've also seen it said that Carly was Student of the Year at one point. I have not been able to find anything to corroborate that or to back that up. I did, however, find that where she was Student of the Month at the middle school in September of 2020. But she's a very smart girl. I don't think anybody's underestimating her. Well, actually, maybe people are underestimating her. Let me take that back. I just realized how that's not correct what I said. I really think maybe a lot of people are underestimating her. She's very smart. She is very, very smart. And it leads to the question, even the expert witness that was just on the stand, he said he is aware of how smart Carly is, but yet she's still a teenager. So that means she's still very smart. She can make a lot of right decisions when it comes to book smart, but she's still a 14-year-old teenager. I say that to my kids all the time. You're smart. You could be book smart, but if you're not street smart or common sense smart, you got to have a good balance of it all in there, right? So she is a very smart girl. Let's see. Seashell says she looks like a normal, sweet kid. When did things go down? And that is a really good question. Jessica and Clay Weatherby says hanging around the wrong kids at her age leads to this kind of behavior. She is a rebellious, influenced teenager. I can see where you have that opinion. It makes sense. Let's see. Look, I'm just reading your comments here before I put anything on the screen. Trina says this looks like a behind-the-scene episode of Law and Order, does it? Carmen is saying, if she had depression or anxiety, then she would have been struggling, not succeeding. Depression, mental illness, anxiety, it is a very weird and strange beast. It is very hard to say you should be acting this way if you're experiencing this versus this way, especially if you are not that person that is in the midst of that illness, that mental illness. So it's really hard to say, should she have been succeeding rather than, or should she have been succeeding or struggling? I don't know. It's mental illness is a very tricky monster to pinpoint and say somebody should be acting one way or the other when they are in the middle of mental illness issues. Okay. Tammy Johnson says Northwest has taken her pictures off the wall of people who scored high on the ACT. Did not know that. That is interesting to know. Faith Reynolds says that she deserves a death penalty at this point, honestly. Well, in the state of Mississippi, a minor, even though she is being charged as an adult, the death penalty is not on the table. So she is looking at 2 life sentences, one for, of course, the first-degree murder of her mother, another life sentence for the attempted murder of her stepfather, and then she is looking at up to 10 years for the count of tampering with evidence. April says, I think most of us hide our problems, including our mental illness. It's not something people share openly for sure. And that is 100% correct, April. It is not something that people share. And I think it's maybe ironic or poignant, maybe, that this case that has a lot to do with mental illness is happening in the month of Suicide Awareness Month, Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. I think it's a very poignant thing. And so to tell everyone out here, if you are struggling with any types of thoughts of harm to yourself, harm to others, even up to, taking your life, any type of mental illness, just know, number one, you're not alone. It is way more prevalent than you think, and there is help. You can text or call 988. You can text them anonymously. You can call anonymously, but you can reach out and you can speak to someone. You can get help. That is the National Suicide Mental Health Lifeline number. 988 is that number to call. If you are someone that is struggling with mental health or suicidal thoughts or anything like that, please reach out. Please reach out. Don't let mental illness win. Reach out for help. Looking here again at your comments, saying, I think she took a security camera down and put it in the fridge. She did do that. She did. There was a security camera in the refrigerator. No, the security camera was in the kitchen, and she took it down and put it in the refrigerator behind water bottles there. Let's see. Amanda says, during early adolescence, brain development accelerates in areas such as the limbic system, which is responsible for emotion regulation and memory formation. However, the frontal lobe, responsible for decision making and cognitive control, is not fully developed until the mid-20s. Teenagers know right from wrong. Unfortunately, they do not think clearly. I can agree with that. Amanda, are you in the medical field? Do you is this something that you deal with on a daily basis? I say we have her actions seem to be well thought out, planned, and executed. They do. And sometimes, in some points of this trial, they have looked to be very calculated, very premeditated type of actions. And then there are other times in this trial where it's like, maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't. It's a very hard thing to watch and to try and form an opinion on. I do not envy the jurors at all. Cynthia is asking, where did she get the drugs? Cynthia, I don't believe that has been addressed. Now, I know that she talked about smoking marijuana. She talked about smoking vapes that had THC. That is what was found in her room, was vapes with THC. But nobody has said where she's gotten the drugs from. Sadie asked, where did she get the gun? Sadie, the gun was her mother's gun that her stepfather had given to her mother. That gun was in her mother's bedroom, and it was on the mother's side of the bed. The stepfather, Heath Smiley, testified that there were cubbies along the edge of the bed, underneath. So like the mattress was on a platform, and there was cubbies underneath the edge of the bed, and that the gun was in one of those cubbies. It was loaded, but that is where Carly got the gun from. Let's see. Amanda is an RN and worked in the psychiatric hospital in Pearl. I figured with that kind of a response and that comment there that you had some medical training going on. Let's see. So if they find her not guilty, does she just go free? Well, the jury has a list of instructions that they have been given to decide how they are going to find Carly. And I have them, and I'm going to pull them up for you right here. So you can know exactly what they have to go through, or go by rather, to classify this. So let me scroll down in this document to the instructions that it gives them. So they can find her guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment, They can find her not guilty by reason of insanity and find that the defendant has since been restored to reason, which means that she has been essentially rehabilitated. They can also find her not guilty by reason of insanity, and they find that she has not been restored to her reason and is a danger to the community, which means that she would not be getting out. She would, at the very least, have to go through treatment. But then they can also find her just straight not guilty of first-degree murder. Is that going to happen? I doubt it, because she has already admitted to it. She's admitted to the murder. But of course, we'll just have to wait and see. And then the same stipulations go for the attempted murder and also go for the tampering with evidence charge. So that is the same things that they have to go by. Guilty as charged, not guilty by reason of insanity, and find that she has been restored to her reason. Not guilty by reason of insanity, and we find that she has not been restored to her reason and is a danger to the community, and then just straight not guilty. So that's the things that they have to go by for those. Looking here. Chelsea says, did anyone ever explain where their doctor is from and why they did not use a Mississippi doctor? So that doctor is from Massachusetts, and nothing has been said as to why they did not choose a Mississippi doctor. I think maybe it's his pedigree. He went to Harvard. He has been in this field for a long time. As a matter of fact, Morgan Harris, who is there in the courtroom right now, she found out that he doesn't. He only accepts patients on a private basis. Now, it doesn't accept patients with insurance. This has nothing to do with the case, but it's just it's an interesting point to make regarding this doctor. But he is from Massachusetts. No word yet onto why they did not find or pick a doctor here from Mississippi. So this is a great question here, Debbie, and this is something that I have thought this week. So, can the stepdad not be charged with murder for having a gun in the house with a child with mental health illnesses? The same way they are charging the parents of recent school shooters, and that is exactly what I said to someone else in the newsroom earlier this week. That is going to be that's a decision for the law enforcement, I'm assuming, but it's a very good question, considering what parents are being charged with and even going to jail for. I mean, there was another set of parents, and I believe from Virginia. It was a story that we covered earlier this year, but a set of parents that their child was guilty of either a mass shooting or a school shooting, and these parents, the mother and father, were arrested. They were taken to trial and they were found guilty, and based off of what their son did, because they did not take proper precautions. Could that happen here? I don't know. It is a very good question, because even Heath Smiley testified that he and Ashley had taken Carly shooting before. He testified that he and Ashley would go shooting frequently. He testified that there was multiple weapons in the home. There were other guns in the home. So I don't know. On the same token, all of these mental health issues seem to have started or came apparent to the parents the beginning of this year or towards the end of last year. So maybe they didn't realize that it was as serious as it was. I don't know. But that was a very good question. Could the parents, which, I mean, it would be Ashley as well, but could they be charged here? We're going to go back into the courtroom. And now looks like we have everybody back in there.
Jury's ready. Defense ready? All right, bring him in. Redirect.
I redirect at this point in time, we would like to offer Dr. Clark's report into evidence.
Y'all approach. Yes, ma'am. Be marked defendant's next in number for ID purposes.
Dr. Clark, did you come to your conclusions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I did.
Thank you. Dr. Clark, during your interview with Carly, who answered your questions?
Carly did.
And during your evaluation and interviews, who controls that?
I did.
And what would you do if you were having any issues with your evaluation?
I try to change the circumstances because having a accurate, appropriate evaluation is sort of critical to the work I was doing.
And how, based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to feel like they're in a surreal state, out-of-body experience when they are discussing traumatic events?
I'd say certainly not uncommon. I think many people that have had traumatic experiences do have the experience of feeling distant from it or feeling somewhat out of body.
Okay. And had you explained the term disassociating to Carly during your evaluation?
No.
And was Carly already on Abilify when you interviewed her?
She was.
How long had she been on Abilify when you interviewed her?
I saw her on August 29th, and she started on Abilify on March 28th. So that would make it 5 months.
And what dosage of Abilify was Carly on when you interviewed her?
I believe she was on 10 milligrams a day.
And do you recall how long she'd been on 10 milligrams a day by the time you interviewed her?
I believe her dose was increased from 7.5 milligrams to 10 milligrams in, I think, either June or July.
And did you hear SK testify this morning regarding her text messages to Carly?
Yes.
Did you hear SK this morning reading out her text messages with Carly from March 19th?
Yes.
Did that change your opinion?
No.
Is it fair to say that if you find yourself suddenly crawling through a drainage ditch, you know something's wrong?
Sustained, just deleting.
Okay.
Rephrase.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation with Carly, did Carly seem aware of how she got to the drainage ditch?
No.
But that was the first thing she remembered after taking the dogs out.
Yes.
Did Carly seem to know that it wasn't right for her to be there?
Yes.
And Dr. Clark, you know, if Dr. Clark, if a child knows that law enforcement is looking for them, what is the logical conclusion they are likely to come to?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, let me rephrase. It's a bad question. If a law enforcement officer, has a child and is taking a child into custody and arresting that child, is it a logical conclusion for that child to come to that they're in trouble for something?
Yes.
And would it be logical for the child to come to that conclusion even if they didn't know what they did?
Sustained is deleting.
And would a child, or let me see this, and do you believe that a child who is being arrested, well, they're wrong. Let's go. And during your evaluation and your review of records, do you recall reviewing some counseling records of Kevin Gregg's?
Yes.
And do you recall?
I apologize. I recall reviewing a record from the psychiatrist,
Right.
Dr. Hardy, for Kevin Gregg.
Yes, and that's what I meant by medical record. And based on your review of that record, do you recall the